Good morning, everyone that has joined this call. Thank you so much for joining this call. Today we shall have our O-level chemistry seminar, and the theme for this session is to see how we can empower the chemistry education as well as close the learning gap with the ICT integration. So our focus today is going to be on the chemistry, and we want to let you know there is a lot that you are going to learn from the experienced facilitator that is going to be taking us through this session. We are going to start with a word of prayer, and allow me now to invite St. Mary Assumpta. Mary Assumpta, kindly unmute, and then you lead us in a word of prayer. Mary Assumpta, kindly unmute, and then lead us in a word of prayer.
Let us pray in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Oh Lord, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of everything that you have given us. Lord, us right now we are coming to start our seminar. As with your Holy Spirit, so I will understand and come well in the forthcoming examinations we are going to sit for. We also pray that you give the strength to our teachers who is going to lead us through the seminar, so that we'll understand whatever he or she is going to teach to us. We pray this all through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Okay, thank you so much, Mary Assumpta, for the word of prayer. Now, we want to, in the first place, to thank all the schools that have joined us during this session. I know we have very many other schools that are going to join us, but maybe they still have some network issues. But I know within the next 30 minutes, we shall have more than 100 schools join us. Some are still having some few challenges, but I know they are going to be joining us very soon. But I want also to ask now the students that please make sure you have a book, make sure you have a pen, and make sure you have maybe a calculator with you in case there is anything that may require calculations. And please take note of any point that the facilitator gives you. Take note of those key things that you need in order for you to pass. So I want to let you know that there is a lot we are going to learn during this session. Our facilitator has prepared a lot for us, and the teachers who are on the call, I'm very sure also you yourselves, you are going to learn and appreciate that once we collaborate as schools, there is a lot we can learn from each other. So this session is going to be very good, and we shall enjoy it. In this session, our facilitator is going to take us through a lot of things, the elements of constructs, the structure of the paper, and everything you may need to know about the chemistry. But our prayer is that maybe by 1, we are done with the session such that we can go in for other programs. But also we shall have some schools that are going to be presenting. We shall have some schools that are going to be presenting some of the numbers that we sent to you earlier on. And therefore, those schools that have prepared their presentations, kindly be assured that you'll be able to present after the facilitator has taken us through the major parts that we need for chemistry. Allow me now to check whether Mr. Ronald is on the call, but in case he's not on the call, we shall start at the session, and then in case he comes in, he will be able to say something on behalf of the Ministry of Education. Join me now to welcome our facilitator, Teacher Gloria, who is going to be leading us in today's session. Teacher Gloria, you are most welcome, and kindly take over. Teacher Gloria?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kazuba. Sorry, I had not unmuted my microphone. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, you are very clear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaziba, for giving me this opportunity once again to present And this time, I think everything will be new since we are having a new curriculum. But before I start presenting, I want to welcome everyone. I can see Panyango SS, St. Mary Assumpta, which has, that's very good. I welcome you all. And then I would like to thank the organizers of this seminar. Thank you very much. This is a very good gesture for our country. And then the head teachers who support their schools for such innovations. That is a very good spirit. Then the teachers who have joined us with the schools, the teachers who are leading the learners in the presentations, I cannot thank you enough. And then to our learners, not everyone is interested, but for you to join the seminar means that you are really interested in the subject. The first step to you passing the subject. So in this seminar, I want us to note that we are all learners. Like they call it, this is the new curriculum. No one is the owner of this knowledge so far who can say that for me, I'm really, really sure. I know whatever is going to be said. I know how to answer the questions. I know all the content. We are all learners. So be ready to share with us any knowledge that you have. It will be very welcome. Unfortunately, I think many schools are having station days today. Maybe they will benefit from this. And for those who have given up their time for the visitation and paid attention to the seminar, that is also very good. So before I start, I want us to expect from this session. Number one, we are going to look through what the paper is all about. How is it constructed? Of course, it is new. It's the first time. Everyone will be seeing the paper. How will it look like? Then that will be just very brief. Then we shall pass through the elements of constructs for the teachers. Specifically, this knowledge will be helpful to them. I wish many teachers had already joined us, but there is nothing we can do. We can go on. And as we look at these elements of construct, we are this session. I'm not going to be the all-knowing. No. I'm welcoming all teachers to give us their opinions on these things such that we can benefit wholesome. After going through the elements of construct briefly, then I will start the facilitation for the learners, for the benefit of the learners, after which now our schools which are going to present the questions that we sent out. Mr. Kaziba, hello.
Yes, Teacher Gloria.
Mr. Kaziba?
Yes, Teacher Gloria.
I hope you would help me with the slides.
Okay, I share from this side. Okay. Okay, just a minute.
There are those documents I sent you in the morning.
Okay, I'm going to share shortly. I'm sharing shortly.
It's okay.
Hope Teacher Gloria, you can be able to see it.
Yes, I can. I can. So that is our first slide. And yes, this is just the chemistry facilitation, and this is for our new curriculum for 2024. That is basically what that first slide is saying. Now here, we are looking at the, like I said, the subject code for chemistry has not changed. It is still 545, but the number of papers has reduced to 2. And these 2 papers, one of them is paper 1, and the other 2, which is the same paper, that is paper 2 and 3, that is the practical. So those are the codes you'll find on your exam papers. When you see 545, it means that is chemistry. And when you see 545/1, that is paper 1, which is the theory. And then when you see 545/2 or /3, that is the practical paper. In this session, I'm going to pay more attention to the theory paper, and maybe Mr. Kaziba will prepare some other time when we can go through the practical paper. But what you should know about both these papers, assessment of chemistry in the new curriculum, you will be assessed in the knowledge, understanding, skills, and attitudes. Attitudes have been long a bit not so incorporated in our papers, but this time, like we are going to see, the values of our learners are going to be tested in chemistry. Next slide. So in this facilitation, like I've said, we are going to look at paper 1, section A, and then paper 1, section B. For the practical, we shall schedule it for a later date, hopefully maybe in the near future, before you sit for your mock examinations. So, format of the paper. This is a theory paper. I have already said they will test you in the knowledge and understanding of your chemistry concepts. And on top of that, they will also assess you in the appreciation of chemistry concepts. For the skills, those are the ones which are going to go to the paper 2. But in this paper, we shall only be basing on knowledge, understanding, and values of what? Of chemistry concepts in our daily lives. And then this time, this paper is going to span all the 4 years of education. The questions are going to be spread all over. So for the teachers, this is the time for us now to have the good habit of always completing the syllabus. And then for the learners, which I know you have already been told by your teachers, the items in this paper will be scenario based. They will give you real life situations in which you have to respond, but using the knowledge of chemistry. Then, another important aspect is the duration of the paper. I've realized that chemistry among the science subjects has the shortest time for the paper, be it the theory or the practical, 2 hours, while the rest are going for 2.5. What does this one mean? This was like telling me, maybe the chemistry this time is more approachable by the learners. They can easily tell these things. Maybe they don't need a lot of time to think. I don't know. But basically, the paper will be 2 hours, and this is the shortest time which we have for a paper among the science subjects. It will be composed of 2 sections. I'm talking about the chemistry theory paper. We shall have section A, and we shall have section B. The paper in general will have a total of 6 items. 2 items will be set in section A, and then 4 items will be set in section B. But in total, you're going to attempt only 4 items, getting 2 from each section. But we've already said section A has 2 items. If we are attempting to from each section, this means that the items in section A are compulsory. You'll have to do them whether you like it or not. And then in section B, that's where you have the opportunity to choose from the various ones. So as we wait for other members to join us, as we wait, I can see the number has gone dramatically up, which is a very good thing. And as we wait for others to join us, I want, first of all, to give this information to the learners. For exams, exams are not like even a party. Even when you're going to a party, you always have to prepare. What about an exam which is going to determine your future? Why not prepare? So before you enter the exam room, make sure that you prepare for the paper. I have written there the 5 P's, which say proper planning prevents poor performance. I don't think there is any one of us who is here, has been at school for 4 years, and the target is to perform poorly. I don't think. So learners, please prepare very well for the exams. This is not for chemistry only, but for all your exams. So let me give you some important tips on how you can prepare for your exams. You draw schedules for your revision. Don't just wake up, they are chasing us, we are going for preps. Then you pick any book and you go to class. Have a schedule. I always tell my learners that if making a schedule for your revision is hard, use the timetable for your lessons. Revise the lessons you have tomorrow, today. If tomorrow we are having mathematics and maybe chemistry, use the prep time of the previous day to go through what you learned the previous week with the teacher. That way, when the teacher comes to class, when the teacher is reviewing the previous lesson, you are ready to participate in the class, and this gives the teacher morale. And you can also move with the teacher, which is good for your performance. Another thing, class discussions. That is also part of preparations. Discuss with your friends. For all the time I have been in education, when I was still a student, when I became a teacher, I have not seen a method that works when it comes to performance better than discussions. And I'm telling you, the people who discuss benefit the most always. When I was at university, I wasn't that good of a learner, but I had this habit of no, actually from O level, I cannot fail a mathematics number. No, no, no. That was me. And if someone approached me with a number and I couldn't do it, I would always make sure I look for the solution. How do I go about this? Why am I failing it? Have that spirit. And then be willing to share with your friends. Be willing to share with your friends. You're the person who is discussing. I got my first class at university because of discussing for others. I wasn't that good. There were better people from very good schools. I would even tremble at them. But because I was very good at discussions, we would always make sure we have the solution to the question. That one helped me to improve my performance. And then consultations. Consult your teachers. Let the teachers be your friends. Don't look at them as people who have come to make money at school and then go back home to eat the money. They are here to make that money by helping you. So consult them. Then you can, as you read through, I think you can read through the rest of the things I have written about. Mr. Kaziba, now I want to go to the teachers and we go through the elements of construct. There is another document I sent you before we go to section A for the learners. I want more and more schools to come on board. So as we wait for them, maybe I can be going through the elements of construct with the teachers. I appreciate all the teachers who are here with us. Thank you very much. That spirit of wanting to learn is very good. That spirit of wanting to help us is very good. We really, really appreciate. And as we prepare to go through these elements of construct, Mr. Kaziba, I will need 4 teachers or more. Like I said, today we are all learners. Today we are all going to teach. I will need 4 teachers or more who are willing. Maybe we can, and what are they going to do for us? They will help us in evaluating the learners' responses when they are presenting. And since this is paper 1, where we have 4 elements of construct, I was talking of 4 teachers, whereby at least a teacher would help us with each element of construct. If the learners are presenting from element of construct number 1, we have a teacher at standby to keep checking the learners' work, and then they can give us feedback after that school has finished presenting. But before, as we get them, now let me take the teachers through the elements of construct. For those ones who are not yet aware, chemistry as a subject has been put under 4 elements of construct. What are elements of construct? These are the basis on which they are going to set the question. We are setting this question in order to test this. That's what we are calling an element of construct. And for each element of construct, there is a particular way they want the learners to attempt the question and the item rather, and there is a particular way they are going to score them. And that is what our teachers are going to do, who are going to help me teach today. This is more of teaching. I don't want to use the word facilitation, but... And then I would prefer the teachers who are willing to do this for us to be outside the teachers of those schools that are going to present, such that we don't have a biased mind about these students' presentations. I think that would be good if we had only 10 questions and we are having over 100 schools here. So I think actually we don't even need, we can even get more and more and more. I think you can go to the chat, talk to Mr. Kaziva, and then you can note down those teachers, and then we shall distribute the elements of construct a teacher will be working on after we have gone through them. So, and for the teachers, before you go through the elements of construct, I'm asking, have you taken time to rate yourself on your understanding the elements of construct? How well have you understood them? When you understand these elements of construct, you will stop begging people for sample papers. Help me with the paper for my class. Help me with this. You will be able to generate your own equation. Actually, I have a feeling that this is the easiest paper to set. It's not like the old curriculum where we used it to sweat and then had to rely on past papers to give exams to our learners. When you understand the elements of what is needed, what not to include, I'm telling you, even if they call you and they say that we need a paper in 5 minutes, you can be able to set it. Then, while you prepare these items, don't expect to be perfect. This is a new thing. We are all learning. Your items can have some shortfalls here and there. Even me, myself, I'm not perfect. I'm still learning, and that is okay. Learning is a process. You don't wake up one day, they introduce elements, and then tomorrow you can set a perfect item. No, just be willing to learn. When they tell you, there is a challenge here, please accept the criticism and take it in a good heart. So I'm only going to pass through these elements of construct very fast. Many of us are already aware of them. There is no need for explaining a lot and a lot and a lot. Need more clarification. I am here, and even there are other members there are other members here who can help us. Please, I repeat, this learning is going to be for all of us. All the teachers here, be willing to participate. Teachers, let us learn from one another, and I'm sure these are going to benefit. I also have some questions. I hope I'll get answers from here. So this is element of construct number 1. That is the first element of construct. In the construction of this item, the person setting the item simply wants to see if this learner can appreciate the contribution of chemistry to our economy. This is the first thing we even told them in senior one. Hey, why do we study chemistry? Chemistry is very good for our economy. Yes, we told them. Now let us see whatever we told them. Have they learned? That is what the first element of construct will do. Please don't confuse element of construct number one with item number one. Those are different things. I will show you the difference between them. So for the good thing, they have given areas where this can be assessed. And I have there from A up to J. All those are possible areas where this element can be assessed from. Manufacture of oxygen, we know where we teach that. And please, some teachers, when they saw this, they were like, oh, I didn't teach laboratory preparation of oxygen. This is not a preparation of oxygen. This is a manufacture. And we know that things are manufactured in industries. So this is industrial preparation of oxygen gas. There is manufacture of chlorine. I know you know the topic, we have to get to that. Extraction of metals. That is a very big list. That is a very big list, but we shall zero in on aluminium, copper, and iron. Then there is manufacture of fertilizers. You know where that is in your curriculum. Manufacture of cement, manufacture of sodium hydroxide, manufacture of sulfuric acid, ethanol, biogas. Okay, I will say that later. No, biogas may not be in this element of construct. Put a star on biogas. It may not be in this element of construct. And then there is manufacture of detergents. But the main thing I want us, the teachers, to get is the one below, that table below. That table below. Those teachers who are going to help us assess our learners, the table. These are the things you should watch out for. If you are assessing the learners who are presenting a question on element of construct number one, pay attention to the raw materials they are giving. If they give all the raw materials, give them a score of 2. If it is only one raw material mentioned, give them a score of 1. In other words, for raw materials, do not score beyond 2. Of course, we have some processes which may have more than 2 raw materials. I don't know, maybe, but do not go beyond 2. And then part B, assess them in the process of production. When we are looking at the process of production, this time, if they have, I don't want to go through a process of production with all this and this. If you feel the learner has really described this process perfectly, put there a 3. That is it. If you were to deny any scores, maybe there is something missing. We are going to share this document with the teachers who are going to present the what? Who are going to help our students who have finished presenting. If you're under element of construct number 1, pay attention only to the people, to the things which I wrote under element of construct number 1. You first leave the rest. Let's first get the benefit from this what? From this facilitation. So, and then element of construct number 3, element of construct number 1, part C, the side effects of the process of production and mitigation. Maximum scores given there is 3. How? If a danger has been identified, explained. In the facilitation, I will show you what we mean by explanation. These are not just mere statements. And then mitigation. If the learner has identified the danger, explained it perfectly, and mitigated it, please, you will have to award 3 scores. I want each school that is presenting to go back home with their score for their item. And I will be very happy if all the schools, 10 schools, they all get a perfect score. That is okay. Then 4th, if you're working on element of construct number 1, that is the social benefits also. How are you going to score them? Social benefit identified. effect of the benefit. I'm going to explain all these things in the facilitation. So I expect you to be following, and then the impact of the benefit. That's how you're going to score it. Basically, this document is a guide for you when you are scoring the learners. I have reservations about this scoring, but we shall talk about that later. Now let us go to element of construct number 2. Please, a teacher out there who is going to help us with element of construct number 2. Remember that we are assessing the application of chemistry in daily life. I know even industrial processes are daily life, yes, but this is day-to-day things we use here and there. Has the learner appreciated that, yes, chemistry is all around us, even at home, even in my body? Yes, this is what this element of construct is talking about. And I'm sure many teachers already know what to expect in that element of construct. Now let them see how they will be scoring our learners. I'm not talking about the basis of assessment because that is part of the learners' facilitation. We shall all learn. Just pay attention. Mr. Kaziba, we can go down to the table. Let's go down to the table. Yes. A teacher who is going to help us assess our learners on this element of construct. We already know it is split questions. They have split tasks. There will be a task A, B, and C. Okay, 3 of them. So number 1, has the learner identified the category of the product? Yes. You'll score them a 2. Then in part B, if they have given the function, that is any one function of the product, you'll score them a 1. And then there is a word dangers, side effects. I've given a lot of scores. That's why I'm saying that this new curriculum, it is more of values. It is more of values. You can see the part where your values are to be assessed. The scores are 3. Those are challenges anyway I'm having also with my own head, but we shall talk about them. And there is another part C and part D here. They will all come into the same thing, like we shall see in my facilitation for the learners. They are all, it is only one thing, but having 2 parts. One of them is side effects, another one is evaluation. So you'll get this document. Please help us to see how you're going to evaluate the learners who are presenting. Then we can now go to element of construct number 3. This is about the diversity and interaction of substances. It is about that, and those are the possible topics where it can come from. Many teachers are still puzzled. Of course, you know, categorizations. Now, some of these topics, how do I get categories? We shall discuss that also. And then how are you going to assess the learners? We can go to the table. I don't want to talk about the basis of assessment because that is the central point of our facilitation. This time around, in categorizing the learners, if they have categorized very well, they will score a total of 3. And then in the giving the properties, which is another area that will be assessed in this element of construct, if they give at least 4 properties, you will score them 3. And if they give the use of an element or its application, you will give them only 1 score. And finally, if they give an impact on or pollution on the environment, we shall give them 2 scores because one part is impact and another one is mitigation. We shall understand all those things. How do you tell that this is a very well written point that I can score a 2? That is what we are going to learn today. And then element of construct number 4 is about natural resources, their existence and importance. And this one you can see, yes, those are the small topics that can be used to get an item. And all the topics in this element of construct are related in one way or another. Then when it comes to your assessment, that is how you're going to assess those learners. Identifying the categories of natural resources, reason and exam, you'll give them three scores. When they talk about the composition of the natural resource, maximum 2 scores. If you are to remove any, please, those are the reasons below for which you can deny a score. And then if they give an impact on the environment, how it occurs and how it is mitigated, you'll give them 3 scores. When part D, when they give the importance of the natural resource, they can only get 1. So I don't know, have we come up with the teachers who are going to help us? Element of construct number 5 is the practical part, which I've said we are not going to look at today. We shall look at it in a time that Mr. Kaziwa can prepare. So do we have teachers who are willing to help us in evaluating our learners' responses? Please feel free, reach out in the chat. Reach out in the chat such that we can know who to call out when sessions start. And then I hope, Mr. Kaziwa, you already have the list of schools that are going to present for us the items.
Yes, Teacher Gloria, we have some.
Okay, that is good. So now our task is on getting some teachers, at least 4, such that a teacher can work on only one element of construct. And in these presentations, learners, as you're preparing for these presentations, in that document, I said that every school will be given an allowance of 10 minutes to present. That was just an average. We know that for section B, it may take us more time, and section A, these are short questions. It may take us less time. That was just
Schools are...
we shared the questions with everyone. We are sure that
Teacher Gloria? Okay, schools that want to copy element of construct number 3, we are just putting it, just you copy first. Teacher Gloria? Okay, so let's copy very fast, those who are taking note of element of construct number 3. And then for the teachers who are going to be evaluating, feel free to even raise up your hand such that we can be able to score the learners. So I think I can move on. Let me. Yes, the PDF and everything is going to be shared with you. Yes. Lomogi.
Can you hear me as if my laptop is off?
Yes, yes. We can hear you, I think. Let's use this. Okay. 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 Teacher Gloria, I think we can use this. But schools wanted to finish up with this. Okay. So then element of construct number 5, we shall deal with this when the week starts. We shall let you know of the program. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think now we can go back to the presentation, Teacher Gloria.
Yes, my laptop has gone off. I'm trying to reconnect.
Okay.
Yes, a little
Hope,
bit.
hope you can see the screen.
I can, I'm off. I'm totally off on the laptop.
Okay.
I'm trying to sign in again.
Okay. Yes, the recording is going to be shared. Yes, the element of constructs are going to be shared with other schools such that you can access them and you can pin them for your children in the classrooms such that they can know which areas to look at when they are preparing for their chemistry paper, most of the theory paper. Then for the last element of construct, number 5, we shall deal with it in the coming week and we shall let you know of the program.
Maybe I can be using my phone in the meantime to save time. So we can go to slide number 7. But wait.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Okay, as we wait for Teacher Gloria to connect back the laptop, I think let me be putting back the elements of construct for schools that are really still writing to be taking note. This is the 5th element of construct, but maybe let me first take back to the 4th and you summarize quickly. So like she has told us, here we are going to appreciate the existence of natural resources. So kindly copy those things down. Yes. So dear students, these are very important to guide you when you are preparing for your papers. As you prepare for your mock.
Mr. Kaziba.
Yes.
You unmute someone called Gloria.
Okay.
I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay. I think now I can go back to,
Yes.
okay.
So we are now, this is now for the mostly to benefit the learners. We are going to look at our items, item per item, how to approach them and how they will look like. This is where we are now. Like I've said previously, the paper will be composed of 2 sections. So we can start with section A. I know you have already seen samples of papers and you already know maybe that section A has 2 items, but these items will have broken tasks. Then what you should remember is that both items are compulsory. Learners, please, I don't know, why do you like leaving spaces in these compulsory items? In this facilitation, I'm going to give you tips that will help not to leave any blank space. Don't leave a blank space. Even if you are not sure, please just read. I always tell my learners, when you read a question and it seems challenging and you seem to be failing, what is that is coming into your head? Whatever is coming into your head, whatever chemistry is appearing, please, for a compulsory section, write whatever is there. You never know. Maybe something there is correct, but do not leave blank spaces. And then in this section, we are going to emphasize a lot of knowledge. You will have to remember things. There is no gambling in section A. It is knowledge. You either know or you don't know. But like I've said, just because you don't know, don't leave a space. I know even as you don't know, there is something which is coming in your head. Write that. Yeah, maybe part of it is right. And maybe even everything you're thinking is right. So do not leave space. And among the tasks, yes, we shall also have tasks which are evaluating your appreciation of values, as we are going to see. Your responses must be written in the spaces provided. Manage that space very well such that the answers can fit. I'm sure they will give you enough space. For if you think that the responses you have are too, maybe your handwriting, they cannot fit because of your big letters, you can go to the what? To the answer booklet and write your answers there if you think that they've given you little space. But otherwise, the responses are supposed to be written in the spaces provided. Please, this is section A. Next. So section A has items 1 and 2. For both of these items, there is a similarity between them two. In both items, there are 3 main areas on which assessment will be based. Area 1 is category, area 2 is suitability, and then area 3 is advice. However, each item is constructed from a different element, which I've already been talking about that with the teachers. Each item is coming from a different element of the what? Of the syllabus. So it has a unique approach and it comes from specific topics or even portions of a topic. So now let us see the differences between item 1 and 2. That is the similarity. Now, what is the difference? Yes, you're seeing on one side I have item 1, on the other side I have item 2. Difference number 1, element of item number 1 is coming from element of construct number 2. Teachers, I think you can see that. For item 2, it is coming from element of construct number 3. The second difference, the areas or topics from which the items are chosen are different. Item 1 has topics where from, and Item 2 also has specific topics from which it will be constructed from. Then, yes, we've already put a question mark on biogas, okay? That is good. The teachers, yes, we shall go through each of these separately. So now let's go on our next slide and see a third difference. A third difference in these two items is the approach. And this is something you should remember very well. Anticipating many learners having issues between item 1 and item number 2 approach. They may bring the approach of item number 1 to item number 2, or the approach of item number 2 to item number 1. Please, for students to be concrete about what to do, give them as many questions as possible, such that they can be used to the questions. Then, they will, much as they will both assess the category, suitability, and advice, when it comes to the category for item number 1, categorizing in item number 1, we shall only identify the category, period. That is all. But when we go to item number 2, you'll have to identify the category, give a reason, give an example. I think you're seeing those differences in approach. Then when it comes to assessing the suitability, for item number 1, suitability will rely on how does it work, or what are the functions, how does it function? Are we together? But then when it comes to item number 2, suitability will come in form of us outlining properties or characteristics or predicting trends. And this time, there will be at least 4. It will be like I said, this part is basically knowledge. The learner must know how something works or how it functions. That is what they will describe. But when it comes to item number 2 in suitability, they will now have to remember properties of these things. Then they both have, when it comes to the advice, both of them will have impact and mitigation. You can see that. In both cases, we shall give one impact on the environment, explained and mitigated, one only. Even the other side on item number 2, we shall have an impact on the environment or life, and this time it's not even explained, but mitigated. But the difference when we are giving this advice is in the evaluation. You see, the advice is split into 2, effect on environment and then evaluating. With evaluation for item number 1, you will only give similarities and differences. Please, learners, don't forget when you are evaluating, give a similarity and give a difference. I will give you a tip. I hope I will not forget of how to get a similarity. But then when it comes to the evaluation or in item number 2, you will have to give uses. This time it's not similarities or differences. It is uses or applications. But remember, please manage your time very well. Give only 1. When you look at the sample guides they sent, that is a guide. A guide has all possible answers. You don't have to write all that. No, give only 1 and explain it very well. Next. Now let us see approach to item number 1. This one, item number 1, will come from the application of chemistry in our daily lives. And I'm going to use the question which was in the sample paper. The question which was in the sample paper to explain what to expect from a learner. So you can see that in my question, in this item rather, I highlighted the word detergent. You can see it highlighted. What does that one mean? Step number 1 in approaching this question is to identify the particular product or the particular application of chemistry in our what? In our daily lives. That is the first thing the learner must do. So in that response, I highlighted, yes, if we are looking at this item, our emphasis is going to be on detergent. Now that you have known, of course, in item number 1, it can be about a detergent, medicine, food additives, or nuclear processes. As soon as you identify what the item is going to, sorry about the volume. I hope you can hear me now. Is it okay? I've seen
Yes.
someone saying my volume is too low.
Okay. I think I'm going
Is
to
it
request
okay
the
now?
schools. Yes, Teacher Gloria, we can hear you well. I think some schools just need to adjust the volume from their ends, but maybe also you can increase on your volume maybe a bit, but we can get you better. Yes, schools, you can adjust on the volume on your gadgets that you are using. Maybe in case you are using a laptop, adjust on the volume for the laptop. In case you are using a phone or you have an external speaker, adjust on their volumes. And maybe even you can check out the network. At times it is caused by the network. Teacher Gloria, we can proceed. She's getting back. Okay. Okay, the volume is okay, I think. The volume is okay. Okay. Yes, Teacher Gloria. Okay. Okay. Then I'm also going to request the schools that are attending, kindly share some photos of your students on that WhatsApp number that I've sent in the chat. And please do not get worried. We are going to be able to share with you everything for the presentation. Yes, Teacher Gloria?
I hope you can hear me. My power has gone.
Okay.
So when it went, everything reset. The
Oh,
internet went off.
sorry. Okay.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Teacher Gloria, you are clear.
Okay. So now I'm going to increase the speed. I'm not sure if it will come back.
Okay, fine.
Yes. So I was saying that the first step for the learners in this item is to approach the area from which the item has come from. Like in this case, the moment I identified that the item is about the detergent, I forgot all about the rest. Forget about the food additives, forget about medicines, forget about nuclear processes, and now bring forward in your mind everything you know about detergents and be ready to write it down. We can, so in this item, Onyera lives in an area where they use borehole water. He slid and fell, and his white shirt became dirty. He decided to use a detergent to clean his shirt. The shirt remained dirty with some brown spots, yet he had rinsed it several times. And then the task as a chemistry learner. Yes, I know you want to think many other things. I know you want to think of many other things, but please, we want you to respond as a chemistry learner, not as a social worker, not as we are emphasizing your knowledge of chemistry. So let's go to the next slide and we see how this item was approached. So the first item wanted you, in this item, they wanted you to point out the problem Onyera made with choosing the what? The product. I have written there 2 statements, but just for a review, in this part, that I wanted you to identify the category or type of the product. That is what is being assessed. And I've written there 2 responses. The one up was the one provided in the sample guide. And below, I have written a rephrase of that response. But if you can read the 2 responses, is the meaning different? The first one is saying Onyera chose a soap detergent instead of a soapless detergent. And for me, I said Onyera should have used a soapless detergent instead of a soapy detergent. Both statements mean the same thing. They both show that the soapless detergent should have been preferred to the soapy detergent. How you write it, it is okay. Don't cram the responses that came with this sample what? Guides. Simply understand the what? The item. Then when we go to part B, it wanted you to describe how the product works. We've already said in item number 1, they will, when it comes to suitability, they will assess how a product works. How do detergents work? How do medicines work? How do food additives work? How do nuclear processes work? That is what will be assessed. I've not even written the response which was in the sample guide. I have written down what my learners have in their books, the research they did on their own, which we came to class and harmonized. That is what I have written. It's a matter of learners, please trust what you have in your books. If there is any slight difference from what was in the guide and what you have in the books, it is only slight, I'm sure. So please stick to what you have already learned in what? In class. It is correct. Then when it comes to item number 3, in this one, they want you to write down the impact on the environment or life. That is the advice which you're going to give Onyera. And then after writing down the impact on the environment or life, please, you must explain it very well, and then you must mitigate it. Because this is 1, but the responses are divided into 2. I'm worried that learners are likely to lose scores in this area. I have labeled all those 1, 2, 3, 4. All those areas must be brought out. Number 1, impact on the environment. I have used a very simple one. Please, this is life. Who among us doesn't know that when soap goes into your eyes, it is going to cause irritation and the eyes will turn red and it is painful? You can forget all the others, but can you forget that? Can you forget that one as an impact of soap? I just chose one which is simple, correct. And then when you have soap and it has gone into your eyes, what do? How do you solve that? This I'm talking about now, the mitigation. How do you do it? You will run, look for water, and then you will wash with what? With plenty of water. But that is just the response. In the other, we have to evaluate the product. That one was about impact on the environment and solution. Now, part 2. Please always remember that this thing is coming into 2 parts. The advice is in 2 parts. 1, effect on the environment. For item now, the other part is about differences and similarities. That is evaluation of the product. Yeah, still, I said, let me look for the simplest answer. Since I identified my category as detergents, and I want to give a similarity, I was like, what is similar between soapless and soapy detergents? What is them? And then I'm like, okay, we use detergents for cleaning. Yes, they are cleaning agents. And I know that both of them, they work well with soft water or with rainy water. So I said, let me write that one as my similarity. And then I came up with a difference, still using very simple information. I know, yes, as you revise, you can get all these, yes, very concrete chemistry answers. But when you are in the paper, you are rushing with time. I feel you have to reduce the time you use to think. So look for simple answers, which you can write very fast. So for the difference, I said the soapless detergents in hard water. I was like, yes, let me compare soft water and hard water, because I know I have already learned that when it comes to detergents, they are cleaning, but when it comes to some instances, they don't work well. Oh, the soap does not work well. The soap detergents do not work well in hard water because of things which I know you have already learned in what? In class. So I said question about how the detergents work with water. If it is soft, both of them are good. That is a similarity. But when the water is hard, one place, they are better than the others. That is a difference. You have evaluated the what? The product. So if you are maybe you a shopkeeper, you can advise someone, please take the Omo instead of taking the bar soap, because you have already learned this. I hope we have understood that. We can go to the next item. We can go to the next slide. Slide number 30.
I continue.
Yes. Since the first part, yes, we are continuing. Since the first part is talking about categories, I thought it good for us to share some of the categorizations you may come up with. Under detergents, it is clear-cut, soapy and soapless. When it comes to the nuclear processes, fusion and fission. When it comes to the medicines, there is a lot of contention there. Some teachers are arguing, are we categorizing as painkillers, antibiotics, and what? Or are we simply talking about traditional and synthetic? In my opinion, I'm like, yes, the categorizations which are there, if you are not yet sure, you can just know that with the medicines, they can be traditional or what we call the herbal medicine, and they can be synthetic. And whether it is a painkiller, whether it is an antibiotic, whether it is a psychotherapeutic medicine, yes, we have both traditional and synthetic. When the item comes, understand it and attempt it the way you feel best. The same thing comes to the food additives. People are like, are we categorizing as preservatives, flavoring agents? Are those the categories we are looking for? Whether those are the categories we are looking for, one thing we are sure of, we have synthetic food additives and we have natural food additives. Some people do not know that these things are there in nature. For example, I think we have some people from Mukono who grow vanilla. That is a natural thing. And we know that vanilla is used as a flavoring agent. We have people from Bushen. You grow your tea, which people put in their water and it turns the color. So it is changing the what? The color. There is a turmeric, ebinzali. I don't know if you understand the word ebinzali. You know? It is a plant grown and then dried to make that, what? The binzali. And then some of them are what? Are synthetic. because some of them maybe are too expensive in nature, they cannot easily be gotten. One of the applications of chemistry is whereby man has been able to study the chemical structures of these natural things and then make them up in the factory. So we can have synthetic what? Food additives. But it does not mean that we don't have natural food additives. They are there. My fellow teachers, let's think widely. Let us think widely. So sit down with your syllabus, look at these components, look at how you can categorize them. When it comes to the similarity, I said I'll give you a tip on what to do with the similarity. If you want to give a similarity for medicines, just define the word medicine. You will have got a similarity. If you want to give a similarity when it is food additives, just tell us what are food additives. That response you're going to write will be a similarity because you have said all of it. It refers to all of them. So what is a detergent? If you can define that, I'm telling you, it will give you a similarity. I'm giving you these tips such that you don't have to scratch your heads a lot, struggle with the difference, but a similarity. Look for what that item is. What is a detergent? What is a nuclear process? What is a medicine? What is a food additive? Write that one as your similarity. But of course, evaluate your answers such that they are good. We can go to the next slide. I hope that is helpful for our learners. We can skip slide number 14 and number 15. Those ones are part of the presentations from the learners. We can go to slide number 16. Slide number 16, where we are now going to talk about item number 2. For purposes of review, item number 1 and item number 2, you are assessed in categorizing, you are assessed in suitability, you are assessed in advice. But they have differences. I have gone through how you approach item number 1. Now let us see an example of how we are going to approach item number 2. So you can let us first remember that item number 2 is coming from an element of construct that talks about the interactions of substances. So we can go back to slide number 9 briefly and look at the possible topics. We can go back to slide number 9. Yes, on the side of item number 2. We are expecting items around elements, compounds, and mixtures. Senior 1 topic. Around the periodic table. Senior 2. Trends in the periodic table. Senior 4. Structure and bonding. Senior 3. Then formulae, stoichiometry, and mole concept. I think it is senior 3. Using materials. Senior 1. Carbon in life. Senior 2 or 3. Reactivity series. Rusting and combustion. Senior 1. You see what I was telling you? We have no option but to finish the what? The syllabus. Remember, they are going to give us only one item out of all these, and they are running from senior 1 to senior 4. So if your candidates are having exams tomorrow and you are still on the senior 3 work, are you seeing the challenge they are going to have? Yes, you will start praying. Oh, I pray maybe that the item comes from materials, and then as you are there, it comes around trends in the periodic table. Teachers, this is a wake-up call. So we can go back to slide number 16 and look at our example. In our example, we have Peter who is in the process of constructing his house. Still, I have picked an item from the sample papers that were sent by your neighbor, such that we can use them to learn how to approach the items. And he wants to construct his house without affecting the environment. He wants to build a house which is strong, and he wants to use materials, their materials of different quality and properties on the market. So he does not know the quality of materials to use. But Peter is sure that for him to have a good house, he must choose quality materials. And these quality materials depends on the nature of the material. And so what has he done? He's like, let me go and ask this person who went to school, sat in class, learned chemistry, and was taught about materials. Even this time around. Tip number 1, you've already identified that the item is around materials. So if it is around materials, forget periodic table, forget reactivities, forget all the rest. Now let your mind stick on the, what do you remember about materials? So, yes, we can now go to slide number 17. Slide number 17, where we have the responses or the approach. You may ask, in item number 1, part A was straightforward. No definitions, no nothing. We just said, hey, this one chose a soapy detergent instead of a soapless detergent. But then when it comes to item number 2, the same thing, which is identifying categories. This time the answer is too long. You are asking yourself, why? Please, the reason is, with item number 1, they said point out. Simply point out. But when it comes to item number 2, they've said explain. So do you expect to explain in 1 or 2 statements? No. So because we want to explain materials, what shall we do? Number 1, define a material. I'm not going to go through these answers. Please, the definition of material that you have in your book, it is okay. I'm very sure it is okay. Trust your teacher. Don't write down this. The definition you have is okay. Just to know that since they have told me to explain, and the item is about materials, I have to say a lot, quite a lot. One of them, what is a material? What are the categories of materials? What are the examples? Yes, materials, when we are categorizing them, we are going to categorize them as natural or synthetic. Now, after telling us materials can be natural or synthetic, what are natural materials? Remember, you are explaining. Please, don't leave these scores for the examiners. Write, especially when the thing is saying explain. This one, explain. Define what a natural material is. Give an example. Define what a synthetic material is. Give an example. There your answer, yes, your response is really showing that you are explaining the categories of materials. Then part B was asking about explain the suitability of the materials. So, explaining the suitability of materials in item number 2. Remember to give at least 4. I'm repeating. Remember to give at least 4. Give at least 4. So I made like 3 paragraphs, but those things are too many. These answers are not going to be bulky the way you are seeing them here. And I just want to see how I use only one to show you how you're going to explain this. When you see even there, it is saying explain. Don't say, I will use, you can advise Peter to use iron because iron is strong. Have you explained to him why? Tell him iron is strong, so I'm sure you can use it the frames of your, of course, you don't put in this why to use it on the frames, but say it is strong and why do we need its strength? That is your explanation. Iron is strong, so it can support heavy loads. That's why you say I have cancelled out. It is easy to mold into different. I didn't have an explanation for that. So I said, no, I leave that one out. Has a high melting point to resist fires. That one is okay. That one is okay. But I wanted to show you that this point alone, the one iron is very strong, so it can support heavy loads. That's what counts as. Don't think that everything you are writing about iron is what is one. You can say iron is very strong, so it can support heavy loads. Iron has a high melting point, so it can resist fires. That will be point number 2. My second paragraph has a wood is cheap and easy to get. Yes, I think that one maybe was also okay. That I've chosen. So wood is cheap, meaning it is easy to get. Many people trade in the wood, so I can easily get it. Explain. It is light when dry, yet strong. Explain, so it is easy to lift. Explain. Mr. Kaziba, underline for me that word explain. Explain. Up. Explain your 4 points. Give the property of the material and give the benefit of that property. Transparent, so what? It will allow light to pass through. If glass has a high refractive index, so what? It will give the house an attractive appearance. Are we together? That is how you're going to approach that what? That part. Then, next on part C. Part C, this one is talking about the advice. This one is talking about the advice we shall give Peter on the choice. Yes. And do not give more than one. When it comes to the part of advice, do not give more than one. In this case, since we are talking about materials, give only one use or application. That one is enough. Glass can be fixed in window panes, and it allows the light to go through. Let me first wait. Yes, glass can be fixed. I'm now talking about, I went to my answers, to my responses in part B. I had identified glass as one of the materials I would advise Peter to use. I have given reasons why Peter can choose glass as a material to use in his construction. Now I'm going on the advice to tell Peter where he can put this what? This glass. And I'm saying he can put glass, the glass can be fixed as window panes in transparent, if he wants transparent what? Windows, which allow light to go through, and he can also use it in bathroom enclosures. Ignore the and, even just stopping at the transparent windows, that is okay. That is one part of the advice. Giving one what? One use. Remember, when we are giving the advice, it has 2 parts. This time for response number, so for item number 2, 1, we have the application or the use, and then we have the evaluation of the material. That is, how are we going to evaluate this one? I've decided to stick on the glass. I'm now going to evaluate the what? The glass. Remember, I'm advising who? Peter. So if I have given him a material as glass, explained its suitability in part B. Now I've told him where he can use it on the house. I'm trying to stick to this one glass such that I don't overthink. Let me stick to the what? To the glass. I have now told him where he can use it, but then I have to warn him of dangers associated with using what? Glass. That is in part of the what? The advice. Glass is very brittle. If it is brittle, it is going to easily break. Are you seeing my explanation? When it easily breaks, it will have sharp edges. And what will the sharp edges do? They will cause deep cuts. Is that a good thing? No. So much as glass is transparent, we can use it in the windows, it will allow light to go through. It easily breaks, giving it sharp edges which will cause cuts. So you must have that one in mind as you are using it. Now that you have told him that that is bad, can you advise him? How can he go about with the glass, with all the good things we talked about it in part B? Can we now tell him, okay, deal with it in this and that way? Therefore, when installing glass, your builders should wear protective gloves, and then they should handle it with care. Just to go back to the suitability a little, suitability does not have to be only the good points. Let's assume you had, yes, wood is there. Oh, I mentioned it. When you are talking about the suitability of wood, if not treated, it can easily be attacked by termites. Suitability, there is a way the word can confuse us, but suitability, you can talk about a good property and then a bad property. It is okay. If not treated, it can easily be attacked by termites. So maybe now when you have gone to the part of advice, if you have chosen your wood, tell Mr. Peter how to work with the wood, which you have identified that yes, it is cheap, easy to get, and strong. Let him learn how to work with the attack by termites. I hope I have exhausted as much as I can. I'm saying Usoga Light, what? There is a school there, Usoga Light. Please, the people in Jinja, you are my neighbors. I'm from that area. But right now I'm in another part of the country, but Uganda is one nation. So Mr. Kaziva, we can move on to the next slide. That was example number 2. It's there in the responses from the presenters, so we can skip it and we go to slide number 19 to help both the teachers and the learners. Teachers, get time, sit down, get the syllabus. Many people, after getting the outline of the topics they are supposed to teach, they sit down and start making notes from textbooks, from their head, from Google, from AI, whatever, forgetting what the syllabus is asking for. Go back to the syllabus. We have already seen that the topics which are going to be assessed in this item, they are going to talk about categories. Sit down. If the periodic table is a topic, what are the categories I can get out of the content I teach in a periodic table? Do you realize that in the periodic table we teach metals and non-metals? If you read your syllabus book very well, do you know that it talks about us telling our learners how the properties of metals are related to their users? Do you see how the whole topic periodic table now has all the components of the item? Of course, the problem comes in us getting the scenarios. I know that is a challenge, but we shall get there. We shall get there. Then when it comes to trends in the periodic table, trends among one of the things we talk about in the trends in the periodic table, position of metals and non-metals. And then suitability. There is that part where we teach about period theory, how properties keep on changing as you move across the what? The period. I think we also talk about how properties change as we move down a group. So The content is there. And now, if the student has, if you can identify that in this position of the periodic table, the trend is this. So what does that one mean? Maybe it is a metal. So if it is a metal, can I predict? Remember the purpose of trends. Why do we teach trends? Such that people can predict, can make predictions of properties of a given element, depending on its position in the periodic table. If a learner can predict that on this side I have a metal, so they can predict the use of that what element after identifying that it is what a metal. After learning about the trends in the periodic table, they can predict that elements this side cannot do this, elements this side can do this. Please, the content is there. Stick to your syllabus books. I know, I repeat, the challenge will be in coming in getting the what? The scenarios. Then another one I have identified is reactivity series. Remember reactivity series in our element of construct number 5 mainly. I know many of you are like, reactivity series, yes, is done. That one is practical. Nothing else, no theory. Look at your syllabus book. In reactivity series, we teach about alloys. Meaning you have a category where you have a pure metal and then you have a what? An alloy. When it comes to the suitability, you can point out a difference in the properties of the pure metal and the alloy. And then the advice can come from the uses of the alloys. Are we seeing how we have to go back to our syllabus books? Mr. Kazuba, we can move on. This one was basically for my fellow teachers. This is a facilitation. I said whether teachers or learners, today we are all learners. I'm also a learner. I continued there with more possible categorizations, bonding structure and properties. We can look at the metallic, giant metallic, ionic, giant ionic. Those are categories. The categories this time I got 3, but after evaluating the syllabus book, I realized that there is a lot of emphasis. The categorization in this time, emphasis is on ionic versus covalent. So it is giant ionic structures versus the giant molecular structures. That one. When it comes to the metallics, I think that one comes more on the properties and uses. For using materials, I'm not going to repeat that. Already that is where we had our scenario coming from, which we have used. I've not exhausted all the topics. Sit down and generate this information for the other topics, which I have mentioned that the items may come from. And as we go away from this, I want you to remember that when we are categorizing in this section, we identify first, we define as much as possible, and then we give examples. But don't cram this, just use the other tip I gave you. If the thing is saying explain, there is a difference between saying explain and point out. Yes, follow that. Maybe the item just wants you to point out. You may not have to go through all that trouble. So let us go through a review of section A. Please, if you feel there is something maybe I've not talked about, you can reach out in the chat. But like I told you, I'm also a learner today. I'm here to learn also. So a review, the learners, pay attention. A review of section A. How many numbers shall we find? If 2 came to your mind, good. Where are you going to write the responses? Yes, we call them responses this time, not answers. Please, you're going to write the responses in the spaces provided. In how many areas will you be assessed? They are 3. What are they? Categorizing, suitability, and advice. When you are categorizing, where necessary, especially when they tell you to explain. Remember to mention in the categories, give definitions, and give examples. I have said where necessary, and I think I have explained well enough where it is necessary to do all that when they have told you to explain. And then when it comes to the area of suitability in item number 1, it is all about how the product works or how it functions. And then when it comes to item number 2 about suitability, this time you'll give properties. How many? Don't forget that. I told you when it comes to that, I'm worried we may lose scores. Please give at least 4. The 4 I'm talking about are not the other large paragraphs I have been writing in the responses. A statement which is very well what? Explained. Iron is strong, so it can. That is 1. This is this, so it is. Explained very well. Give at least 4 of them. Then the advice for item number 1, give the impact. Explain it. I think I explained what we mean by explaining. Don't simply say glass easily breaks. So what? Explain. So it can cause the cuts and then mitigate that problem. That is part 1 of the advice. That is in item number 1. Then part 2 of the advice, give a similarity. Don't over scratch your head when you're giving the similarities. I told you the first tip, identify the area of the syllabus where the question is coming from. Detergents, then forget all the others. You're scratching your head for a similarity, look for the definition that defines that particular area you have identified. It will bring out a similarity, I'm very sure. And then you can identify a difference. Then when it comes to the advice for item number 2, this time we are giving 1 use. 1, I'm stressing the thing 1. Learners are going to go through the guides. The guides, there is a lot of information. Please pick 1. This is section A. Pick 1. I'm emphasizing the 1. So item number 2, give only 1 use or application. Then give 1 impact. Explained. The word explained, you see I'm simply the explained. Some people think that the explanation is you identifying the impact and then mitigating. They think that's the explanation. No. The impact must be explained very well. And then the mitigation is something on its own. So that is it. So for the people who are going to present section A, I hope you have now even gone through a review of your responses. You can now tell whether yes, we did exactly that, or we have to improve here and there. And then the teachers who are going to help us evaluate section A, items 1 and 2, I hope you are ready. So we can move to slide number next. What's there? The next slide, section B. Section B. I hope, are we ready for section B? Or do we need a breather before we can go on? Are we? We are ready. New Cavalry is saying is ready for section B. Nakale is also saying is ready for section B. We should go on. Me going on to section B means, are you satisfied with section A? That is also a question. Now let me see responses on that. Are we satisfied with the approach to section A? There is a no. Okay. There is a no, there is a yes. I'm interested in the no. I'm interested in the no to some extent.
Maybe, Teacher Gloria, we can take on these 2. We can take on some few hands, and then
Okay.
we'll respond to those questions.
Okay.
Okay. We start with Techno. In case you have a question, let's ask many for section A. Techno Spark. Techno Spark. Okay, I'm failing to get Techno
Yes,
Spark.
but we need a breather. We need a break.
Okay. Okay. Ebenezer High. Ebenezer.
Mr. Kaziba, there is someone asking for a zooming. I don't know what he means.
Okay. I think
Are the things too small?
okay.
Some
Let me
of you,
first.
maybe if you are using a phone, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Maybe later, as we get some our breather, let me first, Teacher Gloria, let me first invite the principal to say something from the Ministry of Education. As schools write down their questions they want to ask, let me check whether the principal is on and he is in position to talk. Okay, yes. Principal, kindly go on and say something.
Thank you, Mr. Kaziba. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ronald, we can.
Okay. Good morning, students. Good morning, teachers. Good morning, Teacher Gloria, who is the lead this morning. I would like to thank the good Lord who has brought us here again, and also to thank him for the work we have done throughout the week. For those whom I've not met before, my name is Ronald Dungu, and I'm a Principal Education Officer at the Ministry of Education in the Government Secondary Department. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Education, and would like to thank all the schools that are joining in this morning and all those that have joined in the week. This is testimony that we are ready for collaboration and not competition. As a Ministry of Education, we rolled out the new lower secondary curriculum, and we know that learning what is required is not going to be a one-day activity, but it's a continuous process. And unless we work together as schools, we are not going to achieve the best out of this. And for the candidates, remember you are the first lot of candidates, and we want to see excellence. So these seminars, the weekly lessons that we are having are helping us to close the learning gap. I'm sure there is a lot we are learning. This morning, I noted Teacher Gloria was taking us through the requirements for the chemistry papers, and we are closing the gap. We are learning what we missed, or we are concretizing on what we learned. And therefore, I would like to invite all the other schools that are yet to join us to consider joining us so that we work together and close the learning gap. As a Ministry of Education, we stand for quality education, and we would love everyone to succeed at this level of O level. So we'll do whatever it takes to partner with the teams that are here to ensure that we close this learning gap. So I want to thank the Holistic E-Learning Platform. I want to thank Renew. I want to thank UICP. I want to thank the teachers from the different schools, the lead teachers, Teacher Gloria, and the team of teachers that are leading us. The whole of this week, we've had several subjects, and I could see how the teachers are laboring to enable all of us learn what is required. I want to thank you, the teachers, for continuing to accept and give us your time to support the whole country. Dear students, do your best this morning, and I hope we shall see many of you in the week. We have the second week to go, so that we prepare you for your mocks. And thereafter, we shall continue sharing whatever notes, whatever seminar questions they are, or mock papers with your schools, so that you can work hard and excel, and we shall all be happy to see you with excellent grades. With that, I want to wish you the very best today and wish the teachers the best they can, so that we learn from them and go back and excel. Thank you and wish you well. Thank you, Mr. Kaziva, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ronald, for those remarks. And thank you so much for all the great work you are doing for this country. We do really appreciate all the efforts to ensure that schools can collaborate and that we have the best. Thank you so much. Okay, now next, we are going to have to answer a few questions, mainly from section A. Those schools that have those different questions, we are going to use this time to answer before we dig deep into section B. So in case you have questions, we shall take on about 5 schools, but we shall mainly choose schools such that we can be able to attempt the different people. So we have Ebenezer ask.
Don't we have to use equation in section A?
I beg your pardon, like increase on your volume. Ebenezer, your question was not heard clearly.
The question is that we have to use equation in section A.
Come again.
It's that the question is that we have to use equations in section A.
Okay, noted. Teacher Gloria?
Do we have to use equations in section A?
Yes.
The response I'm going to give is my personal opinion. I don't think equations are necessary in section A. I'm not seeing where we can apply them, not yet. We shall see where we are going to put the equations.
Okay. Thank you. Another question, Act High School. Act High School.
So my question is, when they ask us to help him identify the categories of materials for him to use, should we give him all the 2 types, or we should choose one type that is suitable for him?
Okay, thank you. Teacher Gloria, the question.
Let me respond to that. When I was presenting that, I told you that if you look at the question about, if you look at the item that was about materials, it was talking about you explaining. They wanted you to explain the categories of materials. And I said, you cannot, how will you explain without showing someone that they are 2 of these things? You get, read the keywords in the item. It's not about, I must do this, I must do that, I must do that. If the thing is saying point out, simply point out. If the thing is saying explain, I think you know how long you will go with any explanation. Don't cram what to do and what not to do. Let that one be your guiding principle. If they have told you to explain, please, you will need a lot of things to do when you are responding to that item. I hope I have helped you.
Yes, thank you. St. Mary Assumpta. Mary Assumpta. Okay, we are failing to get Mary.
Sir, I would like to inquire whether it is fine to tabulate your answers according to the category suitability and the advice. Is it fine?
Hey, it's not the first time you've got that, because the guides came in form of tables. So many learners think, yes, the answers should come in form of tables. If you want to, I don't think there is anyone who is going to crucify you for doing that, but it is not necessary. The other one was just a guide such that we can easily follow what was being done in each what? In each part. Use your table. Don't use the table. For us, we shall only be looking out for the this. Have they talked about this? Have they talked about this? Like I'll give you the tips there in front. The order does not even matter. If we are writing about the suitability maybe of a material, we said you'll give its impact on the environment and the what? And so that's something else. You can start with the other one and end with the other. It is okay. There is no particular rhythm to follow when we are responding to these items. It's okay. Whatever you feel is okay with you, whatever you have gotten used to, as long as it brings out the responses, it brings out all the content that we need. Please go. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. St. Francis Xavier Modern. Okay, I'm failing to get Palisa. Okay, St. Francis.
Well, my question is, can you please highlight more about food additives? Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Gloria, we talked about preparation and manufacture of substances like oxygen, chlorine. Is it possible to use industrial preparation or only industrial preparation?
Kankuweereza link ya Zoom, we've already gone tugenda mu section B, kankuweereza link kale maybe ojache nedda nkoledde ewaka.
Okay, thank you. Teacher Gloria, kindly unmute. Okay, so we are going to stop there such that we can be able to proceed to section A, but Teacher Gloria is going to answer those questions. But other schools that have the questions, I know some of the responses may come in as we dig deep into section B, but also she's going to be supplementing on the different parts. So Teacher Gloria, you can unmute.
I have.
Okay, so the two questions, I don't know that.
There are people
Yes.
here asking for the elements of construct. We had shared it earlier.
Yeah. Now, Teacher Gloria, the two questions, someone was asking that can you throw more light on the food additives? And then, yes, maybe we can start with that.
Sorry.
That can you throw some light on food additives?
Mr. Kazwa, you're breaking.
Oh, I'm saying some school asked whether you can throw some light on food additives.
Some light on?
Food additives. Food additives.
Food additives. Okay. Food additives. I talked about them somewhere. Actually, I'm seeing food tests, food additives. I'm seeing many people ask. I don't know if some people just came in late. Maybe my volume was down, but I had already talked about most of these things. Maybe we come to the previous slide number 20. No. Food additives are in the first item. We go up. Yes, there we are. There we are. Food additives are in item number 1. Item number 1. Item number 1, where we have to identify the category, how those products work, and then their impact on the environment and mitigation, and then how we evaluate them. I gave there some suggestions, and like I said, there is a lot of debate, especially when it comes to medicines and food additives. Are the items going to rotate around, us categorizing them as antibiotics, painkillers, or psychotherapeutic medicines? When it comes to the food additives, are we going to talk about preservatives, comparing them with flavoring agents? But like I said, general categorizations for both medicines and food additives, we should know that we have traditional and synthetic. I even gave examples. When it comes to the medicines, yes, we have these traditional herbal medicines, which do certain things. But man, because of the knowledge of chemistry, has been able to go to the laboratories and pick out the active components of our traditional medicines and make them from the lab, which becomes, we have traditional and synthetic painkillers, we have traditional and synthetic antibiotics, we have we have synthetic and natural preservatives and natural flavoring agents. It's a matter of you reading the item carefully and know exactly what to do. But in most cases, they will basically want you to know that, yes, maybe a food additive was used. If they have told you to explain, that is when you'll now give synthetic and natural. But just identify that, yes, the product is a food additive. Identify, yes, the product was a medicine. If you can do that, if the item is bringing out the traditional versus synthetic, approach it like that. If the item is bringing out maybe flavoring agent versus preservative, please read the item. Every item set has their own approach. This is the first time we are doing this thing. When UNEP released the sample items, people gave feedback. Expect changes. Expect changes. So the basic thing I can tell all of us, let us understand the items. Let us just know which categories are we supposed to expect. And then you can learn how to approach the item depending on the way you're going to find it on the paper. I hope I answered you. And teachers, when we are teaching these food additives, please don't leave out the natural food additives. Don't. They are also important. I have some questions I got from some people in the comment section. There is someone who was saying that do items 1 and 2 come from elements of construct 1? I talked about that one also. Please, they don't rhyme. I've given you what the element of construct for item 1, and I have given you the element of construct for item 2. One of them is element of construct 2, another one is element of construct 3. We have shared the document about elements of construct. We have even shared the document of this presentation. You can go in those two things. Item and then the element of construct. Item and then element of construct. Actually, element of construct number 1 is in section B. It's not in section A. Someone was. So I think we shall understand, or maybe some people came in late. We shall understand more as the schools are presenting. We shall keep on highlighting these things over and over again. Then someone was asking about questions. I've told you we are going to see where the equations are going to come in. Someone was saying from Muni girls, they have not understood section A. I don't know why. What is the particular problem? As a teacher, I don't want to leave class when just the way I found them. Actually, this comment broke my heart. I was like, they've not understood anything. And then someone was asking how to be one statement. I've already told you what to follow. If they say give, when they say give, point out two, are those 8 statements? It's one. But when they say explain, can you explain in one statement? To get these things as gospel truth. This one here we must explain. This one we might point out. Please wait for the item on the paper and see what it's asking you to do. Then you do that. What if I tabulate the answers? I responded to that one. More on item 2, we shall see. Do we talk about only one material in suitability? Just identify your 4 points. If the 4 points are about one material, fine. If you can talk about 1 point is about glass, another point is about iron, another point is about that. Are they 4? Are they in line with the scenario? I hope I've answered you. Hey, madam, you are too speedy. Banange, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the speed. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe section B I will calm down. Section B, I hope I will calm down on the speed. I'm sorry once again. I'm sorry for being speedy. Actually, yes, Bambi, I even forgot I'm talking to learners, and yet my learners also. I'm sorry, Vananga, I'm really sorry, but I hope when I'm giving the responses to the presentations, I'll be slow. I slow down. Then I saw some superlative from Budaka. Please, whoever is coming from Budaka, Budaka is my mother's place. I'm very glad you are here. I think we can now continue. Those are the only things I got from the comments section. We can continue. Yes, I think elements of construct are for the teachers, not students. That's very true. Very true. I emphasized that. And because we have teachers whom I want to help us in evaluating our learners, that's why I had to go through the elements of construct. And don't fear, even if you don't understand these elements of construct as a teacher, where you come, first we shall work together. I've said this is about us critiquing ourselves, not criticizing. Feel free. Personally, but when Mr. Kaziba gave me this opportunity, I grabbed it with 2 hands. You don't know what I went through to make sure I present this. So teachers, please be willing to participate. Madam, our responses, please, we are waiting. Palisa High School, I didn't get your question. Palisa High School, I didn't get your question. Down again. Imbitade ku simu ya mani. Sorry. Kale.
Yes. Now, those who are still having questions, we have other teachers on the call. Kindly drop those questions in the chat. They will be able to provide solutions. They will be able to help us to give you more solutions because we want to finish the presentation Then after the end, we shall be able to ask all those questions that you are asking. Those asking about the recording, we are going to share the recording, we shall share the PowerPoint, we are going to share the elements of constructs and everything that we have used in this, because we want to collaborate and we want that each one of us gains much from this session. The scripts, we are going to drop them. Okay, we are going to share everything. Kindly be putting your questions in the chat. I'm saying we have teachers on the call. They can help to answer some of those questions. Yeah, please. Then for the schools that came in a bit late, some of the things maybe we are asking were touched on, but we shall share with you the recording such that you can review some of those things that you really missed out. Saying Teacher Kisemo is on the call and other teachers, so they will help out to answer the questions. I don't know, Teacher Gloria, are you back? Is Teacher, okay. Teacher Gloria, you can unmute.
Hey, I'm saying, Mr. Kaziba,
Yes, teacher.
I need your help.
Yes.
There is, but I may lose sight of this thing if I'm to go into that. The number is not yet saved in my phone and they want the link to the presentation.
Okay.
So if you can help me, I can give you the number, then you can send them the.
Okay, it is fine.
The number is 0761.
Okay. Read it again.
Yes. 0761.
I beg your pardon?
0761.
Yes.
563.
Yes.
800.
Okay. We can continue. I'm going to share with them.
And send it. Eri agenda okuweereza linki mu WhatsApp yo. If there is someone who was asking for the list of topics, yes, we have already looked at them, the topics for section A, and we highlighted some things to watch out for topics. And please, those topics may not be exhaustive. They may not be exhaustive. Just teach your learners well. Let them learn how to categorize things that we are learning. So yes, we are going to continue. Welcome back from the break. We are now starting on section B. I hope you can all hear me. So if you can hear me.
Yes, we
and type
can.
a yes in the comment. Okay. Someone is saying the audio is not clear. Yes, the others can hear me. There is a hand. I'm starting on section B, and what we should know about section B is that it will have parts. There is part 1 and then there is part 2. Each part will have 2 items, and from each part you will choose, meaning that the total number of items you will respond to in section B is 2. 2 items from section B plus the 2 items from A, that gives us 4 items. Then when it comes to the responses, section B, we shall write them in the answer booklets. Now, the main objective of this section, that is section B, is to assess your understanding. Section A, knowledge. Section B, understanding. Of chemistry, application of what? Chemistry. But section A, knowledge. Do you know? Now, section B, do you understand? And for you to show someone that you understand, you may not use one line or two. You may have to really, yes, elaborate to show that you understand. So how are you going to elaborate? Your responses will be shown in form of an essay. I know still people are going to ask me, can I use a table? I know the table issue is coming from the guides. Can I use a table, please? Table or no table? Fine. For those ones who want to use the table, I know they just don't want to lose track. Respond to, which is okay. Yeah? Everyone wants to score a maximum, which is fine. So table or no table, it is okay. We can move to the next slide and we see what is in part 1. What is in part 1 of section B? What is in part 1? Part 1 will have items 3 and 4. The items are constructed to assess the learner's appreciation of history to the economy, the application of chemistry to the economy through industrial processes. These are things we mentioned in senior 1. The chemistry is applied when we are in the industrial processes. Yeah. Let us see how. So there is a whole topic on industrial processes. This topic was aimed at showing learners how the chemistry they've learned is applied. For example, they learned about oxidation, reduction, reactions. How is that knowledge applied? That is chemistry. How is it applied? It's applied in the extraction maybe of some what? Some metals. So we shall look at some industrial processes deal with extraction of what? Of metals. They've learned about distillation in senior 1, separation of mixtures. So where is that one applied in the industrial processes? We can apply it maybe when we are making ethanol or when we are working with our crude what? Oil. We've learned about rates of reactions. That is typical chemistry. Now, applied in the industrial what? Processes in manufacture of sulfuric acid. Actually, I personally, when it comes to that topic of industrial processes, I don't teach it per se that yes, now here we have a topic, industrial processes. If I feel that I have a certain bit of chemistry, okay, there's a question. If I feel that I've taught a certain bit of chemistry, that the knowledge of its application is something my learners can now easily understand, I bring it in. If we have learned about, for example, the saying yes, Some metals, the metals are extracted depending on their the reactivity series. Then the reactive metals, we use this method. If we have not learned that chemistry, I leave that. If there is a chemistry we have learned, then I say, okay, now let's look at production of what? Of iron. Don't have to wait. Remember, industrial processes is in senior 4. What if this learner changes school? What if you are not able to complete the syllabus? What if anything can happen and you find yourself, you are in senior 4 on topics of senior 3? So if you feel you are teaching a certain chemistry, you can bring it in. You can bring in an industrial process that you that chemistry. You have already taught how hydrogen got from natural gas. You have already taught how hydrogen is got from the atmosphere. If the lab now okay with the equations, you can teach how the fertilizer is made. Of course, I will talk more about this thing in front there. So another carbon in life. If we are to look critically, of course, like I said, this facilitation is for both teachers and learners. So there are things I talk about when they are for the benefit of the teachers. There are things I talk about for the benefit of the teachers or the learners. So this one is particularly for the teacher. I want to give you an example, carbon in life. When you look at carbon in life, there is something where they tell us to teach the homologous series. And then someone is like, but I have seen there is nowhere there where they are. There isn't anywhere they are going to examine the homologous series. The person who designed this curriculum this time was very wise. You realize that in every homologous series, there is a product we are going to raise. When you go to the, for example, when you go to the alkanes and alkanes, there is biogas. When we go to alkanes and hydrocarbons, we have crude oil. When you go to the alcohols, there is ethane. When you go to the carboxylic acids, we have these esters, the oil which we use in the manufacture of what? Of soap. That's why you're seeing the topic carbon in life being highlighted. When it comes and nitrogen on the industrial scale, please, this is not in the laboratory. We are talking about industrial processes. Then for the rates of reactions, they are not going to assess them as per rates of reactions. We know those ones are going into the what? The practicals. But we apply the knowledge of rates of reactions in the manufacture of sulfuric acid. Oxidation and reduction, it is applied in the extraction of metals. So, yes, everywhere you see an industrial process, please, that will be one. But like I said, I put a star on biogas somewhere, somehow. We said biogas as if it's in section A and not section B. I've forgotten the fact. We can move on to the next slide and we look at the scoring areas. One, we look at the scoring areas. Yes, these are industrial processes which we must be able to explain, which we must be able to describe. And when you're describing an industrial process, extraction of a material, extraction made of a metal, preparation of ethanol, what else? The crude oil, when we are distilling it, please, learners, one of the things you must mention is raw materials. Raw materials, the starting materials. You must mention them. Shared with the teachers who are going to help you in your presentations. How are the raw materials scored? They will explain. And then you must explain the process of production. Please, let's not forget, these things will come, okay, in form of scenarios. But don't pay a lot of attention on the scenario. Pay a lot of attention on the presentation of your responses. I will tell you why, what to do and what not to do when you are responding to these items. In the process of production, all the things I have highlighted there will be assessed. They will be scored. There you are seeing 4. They are actually 5, but I have merged 2 of them. 1, the vessels or the apparatus used. There is a score allocated to that. You may get your score. You satisfy the examiner's requirements. You get the what? You get the full what? The full scores. And then, you know, a process. If you look at the definition of the word a process is not a zigzag thing. It is something which is systematically, we call that coherence. As you are describing this industrial process, are you moving in order that they do this, then do this, then do this, then this follows? Is the correct? Even you, when you are preparing food at home, you follow a certain procedure. So the same thing is expected here. You cannot do something last, then you come to what is supposed to be first. Then there will be a point for you being systematic in your description. But what if I don't know the order? I know whatever is involved, but I don't know the order. You are lucky. You will only scores for coherence. That is the other item, description of the what? Of the process. If you can tell us anything that happens during the process, don't mind, even if it's not in order. I'm not saying you can start writing things which are not in order just because. But I'm just giving hope to that one who will reach that section and say, I don't know all the processes they have brought. There is none I know coherently, but I know some things about the process. Write those few things you know about the what? The process. It is okay. You'll get something. And the conversion to the desired product, it will also scored after the raw materials have been processed. Then how do they result into the what? Product. For example, maybe if it is ethanol, the fermentation has finished and we want it to be pure because what we get from fermentation is only a little percentage. If you want to increase the percentage, we can go to distillation. That is conversion to a desired what? Product. You will score for that. And then purification, if any. Not all industrial processes may require purification. But for example, when we are manufacturing oxygen, yes, we have to purify our raw material. So there will be a score for that. Then another part 3, another part which you must talk about. We've said you are going to respond in form of an essay. 1, talk about raw materials. I've described how you can talk about the process of production. And then number 3, the side effects are back. I told you this time, values. Do we appreciate that these problems are and we have to solve them? Side effects of the sides, we are going to see how do I write a beautiful side effect. Then we shall ask you to talk about social benefits. We are saying these processes are relevant to our economy. Do we just know it? Yes, if we know, let the learners show us that the social benefits of the industrial processes. So we can move on to the next slide. Slide 24. Those were the areas. Slide 24 is talking about the scoring areas, raw materials, process, side effects, and benefits. Now, the side effect or danger. Yes, slide number 25. The side effect or danger must be identified, explained, and mitigated. I will stick on that. And those are the 3 scores you expect from there. Identified, explained, mitigated. For each. You don't talk about any of those, a score is going down. So, how do you tell that my point is beautiful? If you think you will forget, you can write them separately. But in my presentation here, I wrote out one. You can write one paragraph, beautiful, that has all those things, what I would call a pregnant point. I'm giving an example of the factory where they manufacture cement. I'm now looking at a side what? Effect. And like I said, if the answers are too complicated for you to understand, don't dwell on them a lot. Look for these simple things which you know. Now let us identify those 3 areas in this response. I have highlighted them. Identifying. I've identified, if you look at that response, the dust will be produced. That is a what? Effect. But I have not explained it yet. I have what? Just identified that cement factory is going to produce a lot of what? A lot of dust. So what? What's wrong with the dust? It can end up in the respiratory system of the what? Of the workers at the cement factory. And when it ends up in the respiratory systems of the workers at the factory, what will happen? It may cause respiratory complications. That is me now explaining. Now, should we close all the cement factories because the workers are going to get respiratory problems? The cement factories are very good. They are very beneficial to the construction industry. We need them. So if there is a challenge they are presenting, let us look for a way to solve it. And I'm saying, let the workers wear protection in form of masks to minimize the respiratory complications that will arise from them inhaling the what? The dust. You write such a point, I'm sure you are going to get all the 3 scores. If you only put there one word, cement factories make a lot of noise, you've only identified that is only one word, 1 score. Tell us what's the problem with the noise. We can disturb maybe the peace of the people in the neighborhood and disturb their sleep patterns. Explain. And please, these are values. The responses are not coming from heaven. If it is an industrial process, do you have an industry around you? Look at what is happening there. What is bad? Talk about it. You don't have to think a lot. And then if the factories are making a lot of noise, how are you going to solve that? Look for a solution. That's why I'm saying, start on identifying a side effect. First, evaluate if you can go all the way. Can I identify it, explain it, and solve it? If you feel that maybe, I have a danger, I have a side effect, but I do not have a solution, you may have to leave it. Someone was saying, I expected that the side effects maybe are about the environment. Please put there stroke life. Side effect, stroke danger to the environment, stroke life. The side effect can be to the environment, it can be to life. The side effect, thank you for that question. It can be to the environment, it can be to life. Refer to the elements of construct. Refer to the document we have shared about the elements of construct. Okay, now next to the social benefits. Our social benefits. I've also, volume please. Someone is talking about the volume. As we advise the person, is everyone having an issue with the volume? Maybe the person has to, maybe volume is okay. So that person maybe has to adjust their gadgets And then there are those people who are saying the things are small. You can change your screen to rotate. Rotate your screen. Rotate your screen, you will be able to see a larger thing. Rotate your screen. There was someone, I'm sorry, I didn't respond to you alone. There was someone who was saying I should zoom the screen. The problem is not our side. The problem may be your gadget. If you are holding it upright, change it, first activate it such that when you change now, when you rotate it, it will give you the full screen. Let's talk about the social benefit. The social benefit must be identified. These are also 3 scores. These are also 3 scores, meaning that identifying, that is a score. If a social benefit, that is a score. And any impact, that is also a score. Yes, there is, effect, impact isn't the same thing. Let us look at this. Sulaiman is complaining about my volume, and yet many people are saying the volume is okay. Sulaiman, we don't want to leave you behind. Sulaiman, please maybe adjust the volume on your gadget. Before I explain the social benefit, there is a question I've missed, sorry. So on the social benefit, identifying a score, the effect a score, the impact a score. Let's look at this. The people living, I'm sticking to the cement factory, for which I gave the side effect. And I'm saying, how do we make our social benefit also very good to get all the scores? Yes, 1.3 scores. Like I said, I'm also a learner. I will ask some people about that. I will ask some those scores, but for every point there are 3 scores. The social benefit, let us see how the 3 scores will come about. The people living around the cement factory can get employment opportunities. That is a social benefit. That is a social benefit identified. So what happens when they get the employment opportunities? We are saying that the point must be clearly explained. What is the effect of being employed? They will earn income. So someone is employed, tick. So someone has an income, good. So what? We've not yet benefited. We have not yet seen the benefit. We have not yet really appreciated it. That's when I come in and say, this allows them to afford the basic needs, like, I give examples, and which improves their standards of living. So getting employment opportunities, social benefit identified. Getting an income from their employment, that is an effect of the social benefit. And then finally, the impact it will have is that their benefit, their standards of living will go up. Am I to explain only one side of the benefit? Yes, someone responded to us, do we only give one side of the social benefit? I think when you are talking of the side of the social benefit, I think you're talking about the negatives and the positives. I hope I get you right. But I think we have already dealt with the negatives in the side effects, stroke danger. Can I write all the problems and solutions in one paragraph? This is an essay. That is very good. You can write them in one what? In one paragraph. It's okay. But like I tell you, if your work is too cramped, this is for the learners, don't cramp your essay. Science teachers don't like reading. That is one thing I know about them. They want things which are clear. Someone looks at your work, the point is there. Don't cramp up your work. Let your responses be straightforward. These people don't like reading. They are used to equations which are there. They just see and go away. So much as you can put them in one paragraph, don't cram a lot of them into one. Like I have said, that's of how many points we write. Maybe someone will respond to us. How many points do I write when it comes to side effects and social benefits? I hope someone can give us a response. It's a question I've been asking myself to date. Don't think of writing 30 points about side effects. This is science, okay? That is what I advise teacher Kisamo Yona. Yes, and when you write your 30 points, wonderful members from JB from, okay? JB, you are welcome from Mungula SS. I'm hoping someone to give us how many points do we write? Maybe on side effects and social benefits. What can we give? How much? Right, we shall get the response as we go on. I think 3 points. Good. Actually, usually 3 points. Yes, to be on the safe side, let the learners give at least 3 well explained. Please, the 3 scores are coming from 1 point. It's not that there is a point, 1 score, another point, 2 scores, another. It is for a well explained point. Yes, I think giving 3 well explained side effects and social benefits are better. Give 3 side effects, give 3 social benefits. Please, these are teachers. We are all teachers here. We are helping out one another. And I hope the learners are also picking from this. When we go there and see what they want, next year we shall come back better. I've missed the Ngora SS. Someone is saying a maximum of 4. As long as they are explained and you have the time to write them. Someone from Biguli SS, you are my neighbor here, but I've missed your question. Those people will sort themselves. Those people will sort themselves. Just to make sure your points are well explained the way you have presented it. If you're giving a side effect, identify it, explain it, mitigate it. You are giving a social benefit, identify it, give its effect, bring out its impact. Those are the 3 scores. I think we can move on. Move on. Do not forget to show the chemistry, right? Equations. Someone was asking me about equations. Yes, the equations are coming in section B. Whether they are going to be scored as equations or as part of the presentation, I'm not sure. But please, this being an application of chemistry in industrial processes, bring out the chemistry. This is the section where we have the opportunity for our learners to show that we sat in chemistry classes. I have given there an example. When describing the fermentation process, you will talk of aerobic conditions and enzymes. Yes, of course, I'm not giving the whole description of the process. Many facilitators invited are telling learners never to write equations. Okay, okay. I will talk about the equation. What I know about the equations is that even the word equations are okay. Even the word equations are okay. That's why I'm saying there is a chance of them not being scored as, oh, I'm too speedy. Sorry. There's a chance of these equations not being scored as equations like we have been doing it, as we have been doing it in the previous. Even someone there is saying equations are encouraged. That's what I also knew about section B. I think you're referring to section A. I think you're referring to section A where we don't have equations. Someone was mentioning that. Yes, should we answer in essay form? Yes, essay strictly. Otutwala speed madam. Banange. I'm not intending, it's just my talk. That's how I talk. Okay, like I'm giving an example of an equation where you can use your equation. Okay, please, I hope you are following the advice we are getting in the comments section. I was saying, like, I'm giving an example of when describing the fermentation process. We are talking of an enzyme yeast catalyzing the conversion of glucose into ethanol. We have a beautiful equation for that. You can write it using those symbols. You can also write it using words. It is okay. Both are okay. Both are okay. There is nothing which is better than the other. Please look at your learners. What can they do? What can't they do? If you have a school, your learners are struggling, and then you want to break their heads with these chemical equations when they have told you, please, we are accepting word equations. And if you have those very good learners, some of them are interested in taking chemistry to A level, yes, let them write their chemical equations. Let them get used to them as early as possible. But you can do whatever you want. But section B, have the opportunity to write the equation in your process, please do. Then let me go to the next point. Let me go to the next point. You don't have to outline the vessels or apparatus. We said yes, it is one of the, I think come back to the comments later. We've said one of the things they are going to score are the vessels or the apparatus which are used in the process. You don't have to outline them. Okay, if you think you will forget writing about, but I don't think. I'm sure as you are writing your description, the vessels will come out. So you don't have to outline the vessels or apparatus, but you can embed them in your description. They will look for them. When you mention a vessel, they will put there something, a V. They see a vessel, they put there a V as they read your essay. Then even when it comes to the raw materials, I encourage you to mention all the raw materials. You may not outline them, but mention them within your description. They will look for the raw materials and appreciate that you have mentioned them and score them from there. Remember, we want this is an essay. But if you feel that maybe if you're writing then an essay, you may forget something. Those people who are asking about the table, please, as long as the responses are there, they will be scored. Someone is asking, what is a vessel? I've put there stroke apparatus. I think as a chemistry teacher, you understand the apparatus. If you're describing the manufacture of oxygen, when you talk of a fractionating tower, that is a vessel. Okay, that's where apparatus is more laboratory, but these are industrial processes. That's why we are using the word vessels. Actually, when you are describing like the fermentation process, you may talk even of a container. Hey, that is a vessel. It's okay. When you are talking about extraction of iron, you talk about that thing which we use. That is a vessel. Please. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I think we can move on. I'll come back and respond to your questions in the comments section. Have an example there. Still, I have chosen the one from the sample paper. That is a scenario you can read through. That's a scenario. As you're reading through, let me go to the comments. Let me go to the comments. Are diagrams necessary in the descriptions? No. But if it can guide you in your description and you feel you cannot do it, they will simply ignore it. Do what is okay with you, but they are not a must. Diagrams necessary. Is the form of the essay required? I don't know about I was going to talk about that in future. Just be, wait. I will talk about that. I will respond. Is word equation considered? My comments are coming in slowly. That's why you're seeing me taking my time. They are coming slowly. They are loading very, very slowly. Maybe if you can load them for me from that side. I don't know. Is the title necessary? I'm going to talk about all those things. Be patient. My comments are loading very slowly. Wait for them. Let's go back to our task. That is the task I hope you have read through. Task you have already, this item you have already seen it somewhere else. We just want to use it as a guide on what to do, what not to do, what to expect. Write up a presentation that is going to describe how the process of production can guide, how the process of production can help us in making that oxygen, which we can use for our COVID-19 responses. I can see many of them are in line with what I have said. If the diagram can guide you, put it there. If you're sure of your chemistry in your head, you don't need a diagram to guide you, it is okay. I've seen them. So let's go to the approach for this item. Approach for this item. Slide 28. I remember you don't need, yes, I have used an outline to show you that you must talk about these things, but you don't have to say raw materials, it is this, the process of production is this, then the social benefits are this, then you write your essay. Is the issue of grammar very necessary or the chemistry is the most important? Remove the question mark from that. We are not marking English, we are scoring chemistry. Madam, send me the link on WhatsApp number. I don't know which link you want, Nicholas. Okay. Is it important to write the subheadings? This is an essay. Whether they are there, we are not for the English. If the student has used the headings, is the chemistry there? Whatever we want, is it there? Are the raw materials there? Is the process of production there? Are the social benefits there? Are the dangers there? And like even the order does not matter. Whether you use headings, but some people can use headings to guide them. Yes, you will have the link to the YouTube video. That one I'm sure. The vessels. Can we see the question again? Mr. Kaziba, you can go back to the question. Okay, we are giving you more time to look at the question. Should we use illustrations if they guide you on you responding to the item? Are ionic equations allowed? Remove the question mark. It's okay. This is chemistry. Is there a conclusion part? Wait for me. I'll come there. Okay, I think we can now go to the response. What is the format of our essays? Just be patient, you will see. What let's go to our response. I think we don't even have to go through this particular example. What are you doing? Someone is asking, what are we doing? Okay. So that is a highlight. You are expected to write about the raw materials we are manufacturing oxygen, which we are going to use for our COVID patients, and the raw material is liquid air. If you say air, that one is also okay. You have already learned this process under the air as a topic. Even if when you come to the process of production, you can say learner starting, air is passed through air filters. Do you know that even if this learner did not mention liquid air stroke air as the raw material, the air mentioned in the process of production, that first thing there, air, the statement shows that this person, yes, is getting whatever they are going to get from what? From air. They will still score for the raw material, even if they did not mention it what? Up there. So, like I have said, you don't have to label responses. And when you're writing your presentation, like the question has be maybe a write-up, make a presentation, do what? Don't waste your time on introductory greetings. My name is so-and-so. I have been here to talk to you about the environment. Now I'm about the raw materials of this process, which has come. Do not bother with those what? Those greetings. You attack the item direct. Start with your what? Chemistry direct. There are no scores for your greetings. You are simply wasting time. Another thing you should note is that there is no particular order to follow. As long as the raw materials are there, the process is there. The process is coherent, the vessels are mentioned, purification is there, the process has been described. And if the side effects are there and the social benefits are all there, it is okay. There is no particular order. You can even start with a benefit. Remember, this is a presentation. Maybe you are talking to, like they told you, come and talk to these people. You can start by saying, you people, this factory is going to benefit you like this and this. So hasn't that person started with a benefit? I think you can get me. Eh? So there is no particular what? Order. Just make sure you have your raw materials, you have your process well described, you have the side effects, the dangers to the environment structure, and then you have the social benefits. Now, a tip for our learners. There are some good scores on the social and the what? The social benefits and then the effects. Now you may think, I have to read about the social benefits of the chemistry factory, of the cement factory, the social of the oxygen manufacturing plant, the social benefits of this. Please, all these are industries. I'm sure that there is that side effect, which whether you like it or not is going to come from all industries. Whether you like it or not, whether the industry is manufacturing what or what or what, generally these industries have those bad things they are going to do what? To bring. All these industries, they have that good thing they will all what? Bring, whether it is manufacturing what or what or what. So you can decide right now, before you go to your what? To the exam. Sit down and find that common social benefit. Make it a very good one where you can score all your 3 scores. And the moment you want to write about social benefits, start with that one. So that you can know, at least I'm sure those 3 scores are there. That danger, which you know is common to all of these what? Factories. Formulate it even before you enter the what? the exam, because whether you like it or not, you will write it. There is no item that will come and you cannot put it there if it is an industrial process. Enter your exam in that one. You write there, the items are, you're starting to write this one first. I know this social benefit for all industries. I know this impact for all what? Industries. Write them. I will say the order does not matter. After doing that, imagine when you write a social benefit common to all of these, those are 3 scores. You write a danger common to all of these factors, those are 3 scores. You already have 6 scores before you start gambling. So even a gambler has something. This paper is beautiful now. I really see it. It is beautiful. So I hope you can work with your teachers and you formulate your very good what? Your very good points on social benefits and the dangers. I've not gone through this process, but as a learner, you'll make sure that you go back and test all those things we talked about in describing a process. Do I have all the vessels? Is my process described in an orderly manner? Then you'll score for coherence. First of all, do I even have the process explained, whether it is coherent or not? Have I explained it? Have I written things involved in the process? There are scores for that. If there is any need for you to purify that product which you are producing in the factory, please do. All of those ones are coming under your explanation, under your description of the process of production. Now, we've already talked about how to explain the side effects and mitigations in. I don't have to repeat, they are the same things. Identify, I've even given an example. Identify an effect and then give an impact. The factory will create jobs. That is identifying. Will be able to get some income. That is an effect. Will improve. Benefit, 3 scores. Then even when it comes to the side effect, explain it very well. This, which will result into this, and we can solve it by doing this. What we call a well-explained side effect. So we have some learners who can write down for us some side effects of the production for the oxygen, maybe in the comments section, and then we can go on. One can write a social benefit, someone can come up with a side effect. Okay, can move on. Actually, I believe section B is one of the simplest sections in this. Actually, in the whole of chemistry, I feel that section B will be very good on our learners. Okay. Now we are going to part 2. Part 2 of section B. Here you will find items 5 and 6. And these items 5 and 6 will all talk about natural resources. They will all talk about natural resources. So basically, in this part of chemistry, managing our natural resources, first of all, let me ask, does Uganda have all the natural resources I have listed there? In Uganda, do we have air? Do we have water? Do we have rocks and minerals? Do we have fossil fuels? I believe we have all of them. Then Secondly, you person, do you know them physically? Yes, you know the air, you know the water. Minerals, do you know? Fossil fuels, how conversant are you with the fossil what? Fuels, do you know them? Okay, yes. Do you believe that they are useful? These natural resources, air, water, rocks, carbon, fossil fuels, do you believe they are useful? But much as they are useful, I know even, are they useful? You've answered yes. Now you ask yourself, managed well? Aren't they prone to mismanagement? We have seen our being mismanaged. Our air is being mismanaged. Personally, I cannot stay in Kampala because of the air there. Me being asthmatic, I always have challenges staying in Kampala. So that's why I prefer being this way in my villages. Meaning the problem with the air in our city. And now, do you believe that the knowledge of chemistry can help us to manage our resources better? If the answer to those questions is yes, would you are a very, this is what items 5 and 6 must are going to assess. That is part 2 of section B. Management of our resources, our natural resources. So we can move on. Yes, we have already seen items 5 and 6 will be about air. When we are looking at this air, we have the nitrogen, which is used to make fertilizers. We have oxygen, which has a variety of uses. We also have other components. I don't need to talk about the importance of water as a resource, the rocks and the minerals. You know, I don't have to explain that. Then there is a topic, carbon in the environment. I will comment on carbon in the environment and fossil fuels when I'm talking to teachers about how we organize our teaching. But here we shall look at the fossil fuels. We have the carbon in the environment, which is bringing global warming. Then we look at our rocks and we marry them with our carbon. We know is an issue there. So you can see we have very many issues surrounding our natural resources. We can go to the next slide. Now, how are you going to write your essay about the natural resources? Of course, you will be given a scenario. You will be given a scenario, and then you are required to write an essay. Being an essay, which I call extensive explanations, tell us what resources are. Give us some categories. When you are identifying these categories, let us stick to renewable and non-renewable. And then define what is a renewable resource, what is a non-renewable resource, and then give us examples. I'm sure that then, okay, number 2, you also give us the composition of at least one natural resource. So do I have a conclusion of what on what? This one being an essay, I believe that if you do number 1 and number 2, to write about is going to make a very good introduction for your essay. Of course, they are not going to mark the goodness of your essay. They will mark the ideas. But for those ones who want to organize their essays in that format, introduction, body, and then you telling us what natural resources are, telling us that we have renewable and non-renewable, and what those two things mean, and then you give us examples, and then you pick out one resource, you tell us its composition, it will make a very good introduction. Then go back to the scenario. I'm on point number 3. Now go back to the what? The scenario, and then what? Material. Body of your essay. Please, I'm not saying follow this, you want to do this. I'm just telling those people who want to write beautiful what essays. Now, when you go back to the scenario, can you identify the activities affecting the natural resources? How are they affecting the natural resources? Describe, don't just mention. Describe. Let me give, okay, I'll explain this when we look at our sample item. And then tell us about the effects of that activity on the natural resources, on the environment. How are they affecting the air around us? Those activities which you have identified. Are they affecting the water resources? How are they affecting the rocks? Where explain those. This is in your what? Body. And then these effects, I know they will be bad. Tell us, how can we mitigate these what? The effects. How can we stop them, or how can we slow them down? And yes, I've highlighted it. Use equations wherever possible. Don't force equations. Don't force equations, but use equations wherever possible. And then when you are writing, number 4, when you are explaining the benefit of any one natural resource, I believe it can make a very example. Look at this. You can say it is important to conserve our water resources. You are concluding now your essay. Maybe it was a presentation to a group of people. Then you said, therefore, it is important for us to conserve our water resources because of this and this and this. Then you give a benefit of the water. What? That one will make a very good. Then you can add on any others which you can get. So to review this, there is no particular order in which you have to do this, you have to present your responses, but just what you've told us, you've explained, let me use the word explained. You've explained to us what resources are by defining what the natural resource is, giving us the categories and defining the categories, and then giving us examples from each of those categories. Number 2, please let us see this chemistry. Talk about the position of the natural resources. I'm sure as you're writing the composition of these natural resources, you will see the chemistry coming out. Many people were saying the chemistry is disappearing, but please, yes, the chemistry will be there. You can see it. And then now, number 3, go back to your scenario and identify the activities which are affecting our natural resources, and then describe how are they affecting our natural resources. This is a description. This is a what? A description. Don't just outline. And then that activity, when it affects our natural resources and it occurs, what is the outcome? How does it affect the what? The resource. And then how can we mitigate that? How can we solve it? Teachers, if your learners are having a hard time understanding the word mitigated, use the word solve. Look for easier words to explain to them what these things mean. And then go down, explain the importance, stroke benefits of any one natural resource. We have agreed on the minimum, the possible number of points you can write down, and revert, just like in part 1, the key thing is explain. Do not outline. Explain the benefit. Okay. We can go to slide 32. We have an example about the people in Osokoro, I think. Osokoro is a village. Learners, when you have an item that has support material, clap your hands, because the answers will be there. You can look into the what? The support material, and the answers are just glaring at you, looking back at you. But now let's look at this. Osokoro village is in Tororo district. This one also in the sample what? in the sample papers. Also, Kuru village in Tororo district is at the foot of Tororo Rock. People who visit have for a long time practiced charcoal burning. The moment you charcoal burning, that is an activity. Now you've seen it. Now already start. That is the thinking now starts. Is charcoal burning good? It's bad. How? Which resource does it affect? How can we solve that? Animal husbandry, then you may say, animal husbandry, can it be bad? Then you remember, yes, the chemistry teacher explained how animal husbandry can be bad to our environment. They also practice crop husbandry. Yes, you wonder, is crop husbandry bad? Is it bad for people to plant their crops? No, it's good. But what are the challenges that come with it? And then they practice stone quarrying. My father gets my school fees from stone quarrying. Can it be any bad? The chemistry teacher must have already have gone through that. They started dying. The moment you read dying, now you know. These activities must be somehow related to the animals doing what? Dying. And then even the wells are drying up. Okay. So is it charcoal burning, animal husbandry, crops? What is drying up? The wells. At this, the moment you read that, pay attention, more time to you reading the item. And the moment you tell where the item is going, you're done. I'm telling you, words will be flowing out of your hands. You're like, the pen will be on the paper non-stop, because you have already evaluated the scenario and you have what the scenario is talking about. You have even started picturing this in your head. And if the support materials are there, you now compare this, the scenario, what they have given you in the support material. So what is the problem in this example? They have said there is a sensitization workshop. Sensitization workshop for what? Our animals dying and our wells drying up. It has been organized to existing situation. Yes, that situation of animals dying and wells drying up. And they are saying the theme of the workshop is my environment, my responsibility. This is where people are asking me, should I put a title? If you put the title, good. Of course, a good essay must have a title. You can put it there, but it's a scoreable area, but you can put it there. So what do they want the learner to do? As a chemistry student, please, these items are saying as a chemistry student. The reason they are putting that thing there repeatedly is to tell you, stick to the chemistry. Stick to what? To the chemistry. So use chemistry to write a message you will deliver upon invitation. And I'm sure by now we have seen that chemistry is not all about equations. There's a lot in what? In chemistry. So let us see how we can approach this item. Next slide. So this time I did put down a particular response you must give. I simply put down a guide. What is the guide about? This guide can help you to write your essay. If you have written about each of these things, which I'm only going to tell you to include, then you will know that your essay is okay. Number one, remember the item is about natural resources. So tell us, what is a resource? And what are the types of resources? Then give examples of resources. I'm telling you, if you follow this outline, you can have 10 learners writing 10 different essays, all of which are correct. let's give them only guidelines and then evaluate their responses. Let's not give our learners sample responses which they are going to cram. Help them to understand. This is the future generation which will be there to solve our problems which we created. So let us give them that ability to think independently, not relying on the teacher said this, teacher said we write this. Let them think. So, number one, in your essay, have you told us what the resource is, given us the types, and then you give us the examples for each of the types of resources. Of course, you know resources you have renewable and non-renewable. A resource is something which we use in our daily lives. Keep your answers simple. You don't have to cram complicated things. Examples of renewable resources, we have air. Example of non-renewable resources, we have fossil fuels. Finished. Powers obtained. Number two, identify an impact of an activity in the scenario. Still what? To the scenario. Don't overthink outside the box. From the scenario they have given you, from the support materials which you have, identify an impact of an activity you have there within the scenario on the environment. And then don't just identify it. Describe how it occurs and then how you can solve the side effect that activity. Let me give you an example of what I wrote down. About the people of Osukuru, I said the people in Osukuru burn charcoal. There, what have I done? I have identified, I didn't put it on the slides, Mr. Kaziba. I didn't put it on the slide, I just wrote it down. So the people, I've said the people in Osukuru burn. Remember, this one was identified in the what? In the scenario. There, what have I done? I have identified an activity which is taking place in the environment of the people of what? Of Osukuru. Meaning that, how are they burning this charcoal? Where does the charcoal come from? Next, they have to cut down trees. I have identified how it is occurring. An activity having an impact on the environment is charcoal burning. How is it impacting the environment? These people have to cut down trees in order to make the what? The charcoal. And then, how is it going now to affect the what? The environment. The rain will become little. We know that these trees help in rainfall what? Formation. So do you see where I told us that the wells are drying up? I'm trying to link the things in my scenario. I think charcoaling is to bring about the wells drying what? Up. How? They cut down trees to make charcoal. Then the rainfall amount goes down and then the wells are going to dry up. In other words, a drought is going to happen because of us cutting down trees, which the people of Osukuru are using to make the charcoal. So when I go back to that scenario and I look at the animals, they look emaciated. I continue and say, when the drought now comes in, the animals will not have enough water or grass to do what? To feed on. That is why I'm seeing the animals in my support material looking emaciated. They are burning. They don't have enough to do what? To eat. So I think you have seen. Burning charcoal, I've identified the activity. How does it occur? By cutting down the what? Trees. And how does it affect our environment? It is going to bring about drought, which will make even our animals to be in the emaciation of the poor appearance of the animals. Where have I got it from? From the support material. I'm just linking ideas up to come up with a very good impact on the environment, which is well explained. Then look for how that can be mitigated. How can we mitigate that? Can we stop the people of Osukuru from cutting down the trees? That is one approach some governments are using. They are saying we have put a ban on cutting down what? Trees. But what if this is the only fuel people can use? This is their only source of fuel. Maybe it is even a source of livelihood. They really need this charcoal. Then you can encourage them. You can have afforestation what? Programs. Let us grow trees which grow very what? Fast. Such that as the people are making charcoal, the trees that are cutting down, we are replaced with others. So when it comes to the nation, that is okay, in line with the problem which are identified. Don't mitigate another problem. Don't write a mitigation for another problem when you have identified a different problem. Are we together? So I hope I have explained very well how we can describe the impact, and like my fellow teachers here highlighted, look for at least 3. You can look for at least 3, maybe, yes. And then number three in approaching this question, mention the benefit, natural what? Resource. Somewhere they want only the one benefit over the natural resource. So with that one, when it comes to the natural resources, you may not have to go into many of them. I put there and then keep in line with the scenario, and that's actually a supporting material. This will help you not to overthink. Look for the answers within the scenario. That one will help you a lot. Now let's look at some guidance for the learners in section B. Let's look at some guidelines. Tips for section. This is for the learners. When making the write-up, start from A. I've already answered that. There is no particular order in which to write your essay. Like I told you, they've told you, come to a presentation before this. Do these people, when they're going, when they are, maybe if it is in an informal gathering, do they say, let me start from this, let me start from here? Or they just talk about anything that comes to their what? To their mind. So you are also free to write these things in whichever order you want. Just make sure that you have written about each of the items we have highlighted above. And you do not need to use sub headings that now I'm writing about the social benefits. Now I'm writing about the activities which are affecting the environment. If you think they will help you to keep your discussion in line, fine. But if you can follow your presentation, very well have to use things. Then much item may require you to make presentations or write letters, things of that sort. Do not normally, it's like greeting. Just attack the eye direct. Start immediately. Tell us the issues that are happening in the scenario, solve them, whatever. Tell us what the resources are. Direct. Don't bother putting or what, putting headings. Okay, you can put the heading, but give him, when you're writing these things, give yourself time for section very beautiful. Then you may find this. Yes, we are coming from primary school where questions are one line and the response is one word or two. Now here we are coming, and it has always been a problem for some learners. Questions were longer, and now here we are with stories. They are stories. Don't be demotivated by the stories. Particularly, my learners have this issue when they have just come in senior one. The learner reads one line, then looks down and sees a list of other lines. They don't even want to read it. They are not used to reading. Our primary school teachers, I think, have moved away from readers school. I don't know why, especially in the villages, our children don't want to read. But learners, please, the item, take your time. Those 2 hours, most of that time, yes, is for writing responses, but equally given time to you understanding the scenario. Understand. I always advise my learners that if you want to understand the scenario, better read in English, translate to your local language, statement by statement. You reach a full stop, get that statement into your local language. Read the next one, translate it to your local language. You will understand what they are saying. So if you're having challenges understanding the English, you can use that method. Then at the end of the day, you can understand the whole word scenario. And after understanding the scenario, relate, as in find the key areas. Talk about, there was charcoal burning, there was stone quarrying, there was whatever. I am seeing animals which don't look good. I am seeing the sun is too hot. I'm seeing water has changed the color. I'm seeing rocks around this water. Now, look around those things, relate them to the what? To the scenario. And then after that, especially when you're not over sure, right. Those people will choose whatever is right for them. For you, you just do one thing, right. Learners, right. But please, key points for each of the items. Do I have to write about for items which are talking about industrial processes, and what do I have to items 5 and 6, which are about natural resources, right? And for you to read, understand. And for you to understand, read. And when you understand, after reading, relate. Look at the support materials if they have been given. If they have not been given, draw a picture. We call them mental what? Pictures. Maybe one time you were moving and you saw these people who burn charcoal. For example, for me, when I'm going to Kampala and I pass Kirokora, those people sell a lot of charcoal along that place. I don't need someone to give me a support material to know that communities which burn charcoal are usually dry. No, look within your localities. Look wherever, get ideas from life. And I'm telling you, you will write. And the good thing I like item number 3 and 4 may be challenging because they are two. You may read outside. That is direct translation. Eh? They set you outside because the processes are too. But like I've said, we have it. We have environmental what impact. Those ones don't leave those. So even that one there is hope. When it comes to part 2, it's very beautiful. All of these topics which we have identified, they've all been embedded into one thing. So basically, in part 2, we will write about natural resources. I'm sure if they had told learners from section B any part as well as they had to, learners would know items 3 and 4 would be going for items 5 and 6 because almost the responses to them are almost the same since the topics have even been together. There is there, the water is there, you know, all those things are together. So let's continue to more tips for our learners. Slide 35. Look material, I have already highlighted that. It will save a headache of recalling what you learned in lessons. And there is just enough responses you can draw from that material. You thank God, you say, oh, glad, especially for natural what? Resources. Then please do not forget the chemistry, write equations. Section B, these are tips for section B. Section B. Do not forget the what? The chemistry. Then have items in section A, B, part 1. Section A and section B, part 1. They will always revolve around a given topic. If it is detergents, it is the manufacture of soap, it's what it's. But in section B, part 2, the items revolve around many topics which have been integrated into one what? One time. That's why I'm saying section B, part 2. That part will be very good. I'm sure learners will even cram essays for it. We can continue to slide 36. As you prepare for your exams. The key difference between section A and B is that with section B, the item is not broken up into several tasks. Then another tip I will tell you, the experience I have got in my teaching shows that nothing beats discussions. I talked about this at the start of my presentation. And from personal experience, if you are the discussant, the person discussing, will benefit the most. We usually have schools where these good learners selfish. I've seen many good learners failing to achieve what teachers expected from them because of being selfish. And I have seen average learners, you know, being successful in their studies because they are good at discussing. They ask, they have that spirit of, I don't fail. If you have that spirit, I'm telling you, it is very good. To create for you the discussion groups. No, just tell my learner, I will not say Kerry, taught by Gloria. Work as you within the class, organize yourselves, then approach the teacher. I'm sure there is no teacher who will refuse to help you. But if you're waiting for the teacher's initiative, I'm not saying teachers initiate this, but this is chemistry. Some teachers are teaching in 100 schools. They don't have the time. So the time they have when they come to school, make use of your teachers. And for you, please reduce the workload of the teachers. Come in groups. Come when you have discussed this such that the teacher can only guide you. Don't bring an item. Teacher, now what's the responses? No, that is not a character of a good learner. Then when it comes to the industrial processes, this is during your class activities. I'm not saying that do this in the exam. You can use flowcharts to describe the industrial processes. What will these flowcharts help you? That score of coherence. That score of coherence. Flowcharts are easier to understand than this process being written in paragraphs. If you can draw flowcharts, you get the textbook. By the way, teachers, let's not throw away the books of the old curriculum, the textbooks. Get the textbook, read about this industrial process, and then break it into stages. Explain what is happening at each stage. That will help you to remember easily how this process occurs coherently. And for those teachers who are lucky that you can visit industries, go there. When you visit these industries, you will appreciate how much some of these industrial processes are even different from what we have in the textbooks. I'm sure some of us, we shall be penalizing our learners on coherence because of relying on textbooks. You will get like sewage treatment. Actually, I didn't put sewage treatment among the examinable areas. Sewage treatment and water treatment. You visit 5 sewage treatment plants. They have 5 different orders of how they do their thing. But for us here we are. I hope we shall not penalize our learners. But when these learners visit these factories, at least they can see these processes firsthand. because of course they will move them from one process to another. And learners, when teachers take their time, by the way, they are using their time to take you out to these factories to see these industrial processes. Don't look at it as an outing. Hey, someone has survived school. Let's go out. Let me put on well, and I look very good there outside. And they know, yes, students from my school. Of course, that is okay. But pay attention to the learning. Right. You've gone to a water treatment plant. You write down what that person is telling you. Come back and compare with the textbook. Are all the processes which I have in the textbook done at that plant? Yes. Are there additional ones? Then you appreciate that. What we want is for you to appreciate the what? The chemistry, and knowing that it is around us. I hope you get my advice. That was for the learners. Now for the teachers. I think the learners can now even break off to prepare for the year. What's the time? For my fellow teachers, embrace technology in your teaching. Sometimes I want to teach my learners, for example, reactions of metals with water. We don't have the metals in the lab. Maybe the lab is being used by another class. What do? I download videos from YouTube, and then I can share them with my learners such that they can see these things. Do they really see that these metals are all reacting with water, but at different speeds? Then AI, of course, AI is new, so it is so controversial. People are saying don't use it. Some of us, when we were still at university, internet was just coming up, and saying that I'm using the internet for my research, people would look at you like, look at one. People would expect you to go to the library, read the textbooks, open this, open that. These days, are these university students still going to the lab? I mean, to the library? The information is there on the what? On the internet. AI is new. Don't use it wholeheartedly, no. But it's not something you say, it is bad for our learning. Actually, AI for it, you can even chat with it. You can even argue with it. You are saying this, but I don't believe. Where do you get the evidence? These arguments which we usually have as individuals in our platforms, you can argue with AI. So embrace technology in your teaching. This is the new curriculum. There is a new information which we have to get. Then involve practicals in your lessons as much as possible, if circumstances can allow. And if the circumstances cannot allow, technology, use videos. These practicals make learning concrete. I was hearing from someone who was like, we should only do practicals in those areas which are going to be assessed in the practicals. Really? Just because they are not going to assess that as the solid is turning into liquid, as the temperature increases, realize melting point and something which you can do in the lab, but because it is not going to be what? In the practical. Does it stop you from showing it to your learners in the lab? If you have your naphthalene and you can do that experiment, go to the class. I mean, go to the lab. Do these practicals. Why am I saying this? When our learners get to A level, if we teach them the way people want to teach them just to pass them, those kids will cry in A level. They will cry. We are hoping the National Curriculum Development Center should please bring for us the syllabus for the A level of these senior fours. But if these senior fours come to our A level classes with the current curriculum, I think you know what they are going to meet there. So that is up to you. Then at this point, no one is yet to claim custodianship of this new curriculum. There is no one who will say, for me, I'm 100% new curriculum. Just work me, I can do everything. I can write an item, I can assess and make a scenario, I can do this. We are still learning. For those ones who are good, help us who are still struggling. We are all teaching the same today. You may not want to help me, but then this learner tomorrow will come to you for A level, and you did not help me prepare him or her in O level. So let us share this knowledge. I have from your comments. Number one, take and study the syllabus to deviate. Kids get links. Yes, some of us we did them at first, but it was just a level. Stick to the syllabus. If you don't get copies, I'm sure is able to join this. Me have access to what? To soft copy of this syllabus. And when you got the syllabus book,
My computer has gone off. I hope you can hear me from my small phone.
Yes, you are clear.
Okay. That you should note that there is a difference between learning outcomes and suggested learning activities. Pay attention to the learning what? Outcomes. And then be creative and come up with the activities, because you know your resources better and you know your learners.
Teacher Gloria.
yes, I'm waiting.
Yes, I'm waiting for my screen to come back.
Okay.
Okay. There's a difference between learning outcomes and then suggested learning activities. Come up with your own activities depending on your resources, depending on your learn, but just make sure that whichever activity you are doing can bring out the learning outcome. Then learning is a continuous process. As teachers at this time, we should be ready to learn. And is still trickling in slowly by slowly. We are not yet there. And then be ready to relearn. If you've forgotten something and you are reminded, be willing to learn again. And then be ready and learn. If you know something and they tell you it is not correct, you do it like this and learn. Don't be rigid. Many of us are still trying to come to peace with this new curriculum, especially when it comes to assessment. And then criticism. Some people use their wires when they are criticized. Let's join WhatsApp. Sign every teacher who has joined this. Hey, you are in a WhatsApp group. That is good. Let's attend seminars. Let's share information. Let us invest in our learning. Investing in our time. That is it. And then the syllabus. Of course, we have been teaching our mainly when these students came in senior one, topic by what? By topic. I think we didn't have enough time to sit down and analyze this syllabus. When there is some content that the content that is repeated in several topics. You plan appropriately. This is where the lesson, the what? Teaming comes in. Good schools sat down as departments and made a scheme that runs from senior 1 to do what? Senior 4, to avoid this repetition of content. And that is the planning which you can do, which is going to save you time. You don't have to follow the syllabus book topic, then the next one topic. Some topics have been placed far apart, yet they are closely related. If you space, you may find yourself wasting review because the learners have already forgotten this information, and yet you need it to understand the new topic which you are tackling. Now you will waste time reviewing it. If they are related, bring them closer. Actually, there is a syllabus book from NCDC which did this. I hope you can go to their website and download it, or maybe I will share it on the platform. And then there are some missing in the old curriculum book. Have been repeated. The learning outcomes were repeated. So for this particular topic, they do not rhyme. I think it is in properties of substances. So the one which there is another one is on the NCDC website, the one of fast track learners who are fast tracked. For it is okay. Together. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I wanted to get that syllabus you are talking about.
I didn't share it with you.
Okay, no, like you are saying, it has what?
For it, the mistakes which are in the other general syllabus have been rectified, and then topics are together. For example, you will find bonding and structure being taught together with the properties of substances because they are related. Carbon in the environment is together with the fossil fuels because they are related. Very good. I will share it with you after this presentation. I'm forgetting its name. Let me see. Okay, I'll get it later. I'll get it for you later.
Okay, because there's one I'm saying, but this is as if it is for accelerated program.
That is the one, the accelerated program. I reviewed both of them, accelerated and the other one, no difference. Only that this one is teaching very fast. Okay. It is very okay. The one for accelerated program, that one is okay. That is the one. Very beautiful. Teachers, if you can download that one. That one is very, very okay. The mistakes in the other one, they are not there in this one, and related topics are taught together. You can see that. You see atomic structure, the periodic table, and its trends. In the other one, those topics, one is the other side, another one is the other side, another one is the other side. Structure, that one, even the properties of substances have been embedded in it. So you will not find another topic, properties of substances. And yet in the other one, they are far apart. So you can make sure you get a copy of that syllabus. It is very, very good. Very good. Okay. And then I was another thing, do not throw away the textbooks of the old curriculum. especially if you have those textbooks of the British curriculum, they are very good. They are always written in a very simple language which our learners can understand. Industrial processes are described in very simple language. Those ones which use the GCSE exams, they are very good. If you have them in your school, please use them. And let us work together with the debate clubs in our schools, helping them generate debate motions along topics in the curriculum, especially the ones on the environment. When these learners are in those clubs, they can learn from there. Learning can be everywhere. Work together with the environment clubs. There is a time Mr. Dungu shared some schools' progress on the growing trees. So I think it was initiative of the environment club in that school, and I know it takes time to educate members of the school about why it is doing those activities, and all this information is needed in what? Is needed in our new curriculum, especially even in chemistry. We have the science clubs. Let's go back to the science clubs and review them. Let the children make soap at school. Let the children try out making ethanol at school. Let's use our science labs. Maybe if your learners are fine with crying, but we have very many clubs in our schools which we work. Educate club. Educate. I like educate. Educate is doing a very good job. So if we try to embed the content of the syllabus into these clubs, such that wherever our learners are, whether they are in class, they are in clubs, they are learning. Learning should never stop. That is my advice to my fellow teachers. Then we compiled a list of items which I got from different seminars that I attended, and we compiled them into one document, which we shall share with all the schools that are here. We shall share with all the schools that are here, such that you can use them to prepare your learners more, and even the final exam in third term. Please, if you're out there and you also have some material to share with us, you're welcome. So I think maybe we shall go for lunch. I don't know, Mr. Kaziba, and then we come back for the presentations. Otherwise, that is all I had for today. Maybe I can go through the comments section.
I think Teacher Gloria, let's just add on and have maybe a few discussions, and then we shall plan.
Yes.
Okay. There is a school that I want. I don't know the Kawal. There is a school that had prepared for the first item. Kindly raise up your hand, such that we can at least have a few discussions, because I don't know whether your power is back, but
my power came back.
Okay. There is a school that prepared for the first question. That school was I'm not seeing them raising up the hand. The school that prepared for the first question, was it Gombe? Gombe, kindly, is it Gombe? Kawala? Let me first
Someone was asking. Okay, let me respond to some questions. Do I have to follow the procedure from step 1 to end? That is what your coherence is all about. Have followed all the steps from start to end? Yes, you will go for coherence. Do you have all the procedures but they are not in order? You will score for the process, but you will not get for the coherence. I'm only seeing a few questions. My chat is not loading. I don't know why.
Okay, I have opened the chat. Okay.
But as
Okay.
that comes in,
Okay, I think, let me check. Was it Central College? Okay, Central College, Kawala, kindly unmute. Was it you that had prepared for the first question? Kawala? Or kindly unmute? Oh, Central College, unmute. Okay. Kawala, kindly unmute. Ogombe.
I think I've answered most of these things. What is the format of the essay? Are we to follow the structure? Is the format of the essay necessary? Is there a conclusion part? I think I have answered all you people. Please just write. Just write. Okay, Gombe.
Yeah, it was Gombe High.
Okay. Gombe, are you ready to present your first item?
Minute, please.
Okay. Kindly go on because I saw even you had shared the PowerPoint somewhere here in the chat. Gombe? Okay.
May you please excuse us for a bit of time?
I beg your pardon?
May you please excuse us for a minute? We're going
Okay.
to
Okay. So as we wait for Gombe, those schools that have questions, kindly, we can use this opportunity. Okay. If at all your school wants to make a presentation on any other number, kindly you can as well share with us. You can as well share with us in the chat. Let me hope Teacher Glory and other teachers, you're looking through the chat. So our target is at least to have one question discussed or two, such that we are on a safer side. Yes. Teacher Gloria?
Yes, please.
Okay. Are you able to look through the chat?
Yes, I'm looking through.
Okay.
Someone was asking, when are you doing the chemistry part? I've not talked about. I was looking at the draft timetable. Chemistry will be the first science subject to be done. So I'm sure your learners will score very highly because they will prepare for it at the maximum. Does the question for paper 1 also appear in paper 2? You may find that the topics have been mentioned in both papers, but the particular part of is different. For example, metal reactivity in practicals, yes, it is organizing those metals in their order, but when it comes to the theory, we are emphasizing the alloys. So you'll find that topic mentioned both sides. I hope I've answered that one.
Gombe, kindly let us know whether now you are ready. St. Andrew Gombe. Yes. Now, people asking for the practical paper, kindly prepare. We shall have a session next week. We are going to have a session next week when it comes to our weekly facilitation. Yes, so please prepare for next week. We shall talk about practical. Today, our focus was mainly theory. Okay. Gombe, we want to hear your presentation such that we can critique it. So those who came in late. Okay. Okay. I'm sharing the questions. I'm sharing the questions. Then those schools that want to access this new the syllabus Teacher Gloria has recommended, I'm going to share shortly in the chat. Also look through the chat, you can access it. Okay, I think we are going to, since Gombe is not getting here, we are going to give, okay, Gombe is here. Okay, Gombe, kindly take over. The accepted syllabus is in the chat. I've shared it in the chat. Gombe, kindly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Namara Maksana from St. Andrew Kagwa Gombe High School. So we were given different resolutions, and our resolution, we are working on number 1 today. First of all, our number 1 is saying Makanga and Mwebesa, who are neighbors in the village, joined the same school whose source of water is a borehole. Makanga was disappointed that his shirt was turning brown, and yet his friend had managed to keep his shirt white. He tried using a lot of water to rinse his shirt, but the dirt marks always remained. He noticed this detergent was different from the one Mwebesa was using. So our task is, as a chemistry learner, explain the categories of the product the two boys were using, help Makanga and Mwebesa understand how the product works, advise the two boys on the challenges associated with the use of the product. So with our first task that asks us to explain the categories of the product that the two boys were using. First of all, we should first understand that the boys were using water from a borehole. And water from a borehole is always considered as hard water. This borehole water, since it is hard water, so it is expected to either have been temporary or hard water. So our question now is, how does this water from a borehole become hard water? So as water vapor in the atmosphere from plants is in the atmosphere. So it reacts with carbon dioxide that is in the atmosphere, hence forming carbonic acid. So this carbonic acid reacts with calcium carbonate, so that it forms calcium hydrogen carbonate. This calcium carbonate is normally found in rocks, and it is washed away by the flowing water, hence forming the hard water. Normally contains calcium hydrogen carbonate or magnesium hydrogen carbonate, while the permanent hard water always contains calcium sulfate. Proceeding with our question to explain the categories of the products the two boys were using. First of all, the product Makanga was a soapy detergent because examples include White Star, but any stain.
Unfortunately, they have dropped off. But let me check whether they are back. So we are on item 1. That is St. Andrew Gombe. Okay. Let's give them a minute. They are coming back. But in the chat, I have sent the elements of construct. Kindly check. And those sending numbers, kindly just join that WhatsApp group, but it's only for teachers. It's only for teachers and schools. If you're a student, don't join that group. We are going to share at the end of this session. Gombe, are you back?
As Gombe comes back, I can
Yes,
respond
we are.
to some. Okay, if you're back, fine.
I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. We had some problems with our technical team. So I continue with my question. Explain the categories of the product the two boys were using. So first of all, I said Makanga was using a soapy detergent because it formed dirty marks on his white shirt after washing. For example, the soapy detergents include the White Star bar soap and Jama. You can also include any other bar soap that you know. So Mwebesa was using a soapless detergent because his shirt remained white and did not form any stain after washing. So examples of the soapless detergents that we included Magic and any other detergent that you would like to include. So as we're doing this presentation, we are working hand in hand with my fellow classmates, and I'm handing you over to Nawami Ashra to continue with the next resolution of part B.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nawami Ashra, and I'm going to take over with our question, item 1, part B. Help Makanga and Mwebeza understand how the product works. According to the element construct, we are considering the second element of construct, of which they require us to state the function of soap. Soap contains two parts: the hydrophobic end, which is fat loving or dirt loving, the hydrophilic end, which is water loving. When the water is not hard, soap removes dirt from the cloth. When the hydrophilic end dissolves in the water and is attracted to it, whereas hydrophobic end dissolves in the hydrocarbons and is water repulsive nature. In this statement, I mean the hydrophobic end is dirt loving. It is also known as the non-polar end. And then the hydrophilic is water loving. It is also known as the what? As the polar end. During washing, soap lowers the surface tension between the cloth and water, and with continuous agitation, the dirt is removed from the cloth and is washed away by water. Hence, a clean cloth is obtained. Thank you for listening. I then hand you over to my colleague, Georgie Joel.
Good afternoon to everybody. So at this juncture, I'm going to handle the part C. Actually, Part C, required us to advise the two boys on the challenges associated with the use of the product. And as you remember in our element, okay. So as you remember on our element of construct, Part C required us to identify the dangers, anyone danger, the side effect, explain it very well, and mitigate. So the challenges associated with using the soap is causing the soap can cause skin irritation. This can be mitigated by using the pH test or using soap designed for sensitive skins. Yes, as you all know, some people are allergic to some certain kinds of soap. Yeah, therefore, you must be able to first analyze your skin to different kinds of soap, then use the soap. Part 2 is whereby if the soap is swallowed accidentally by the children, it can burn the mouth, throat, and the stomach. Many of us at home, we have young children, and if our soap is just left there barely, these young children can eat the soap. This can be avoided by keeping the soap out of children. Another danger of these products identified is that soapy detergents, I mean the soap, the white stars, the what you get, reacts with calcium and magnesium ions in the hard water, that's a borehole water, and they form scum instead of lather. This hard water can be softened by boiling since it's temporarily hard, and also adding sodium carbonate or permanent hard water. At home, basically, sodium carbonate is the sodium bicarbonate. What I mean is the baking powder, the one we use for making mandazi and chapatis. Therefore, if you add it in this hard water, you can be able to attain soft water. Soft water easily forms lather with soap. So, as I conclude, and all right. So, moving on, we go on to evaluate our products, and that is that our products are soapy and soapless detergents. Soapy and soapless detergents have the following similarities, and those include that both are cleansing agents, meaning that they can be used to kill germs, and also they're disinfectants. And also that soapy and soapless detergents have polar and non-polar ends. That's the hydrophilic and the hydrophobic ends. But however, soapy and soapless detergents define the following ways. Soapy detergents are derived from natural fats and oils like vegetable oil, palm oil, and others, while soapless detergents are derived from long synthetic soapy detergents also form scum with hard water, hence staining clothes, while soapless detergents don't form scum with hard water. This is due to the reaction of stearate ions in soapy detergents with magnesium ions, which form scum. While soapless detergents don't have the stearate ions, thus can't react with hard water to form scum. This scum is that marks on the material that stains the clothes while washing. Soapy detergents take long to form lather with hard water, hence wasting a lot of soap, while soapless detergents easily form lather with hard water. Moving on, the following are the equations associated with soap, where soap reacts with calcium or magnesium ions contained within hard water to form calcium stearate ions when washing. The stearate ions are the ones that we call scum, or the dirt marks formed on Makanga's clothes while he was washing. If the water is permanently hard, it is seen that magnesium sulfate, the compound that makes water hard, permanently hard, reacts with sodium stearate ions within soap to form magnesium stearate and sodium sulfate. The magnesium stearate ions are the ones that form scum, as we've said previously. And also, the equation is similar for calcium sulfate.
in case the water is temporarily hard, it means that it contains hydrogen carbonates. So therefore, calcium hydrogen carbonate reacts with sodium stearate contained in soap to form calcium stearate and sodium hydrogen carbonate. And the same is applied for magnesium hydrogen carbonate. So this is what we managed to come up with at St. Andrew Gombe High School about as far as attempting item 1 is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gombe. The first question that came in the chat, someone was asking, can you throw more light on the pitch testing? At the previous slide, there was something called pitch testing. Can you throw some light? That was from Kagole Girls. Elaborate the meaning of the word pitch test as we move on. Yes.
It causes skin irritation. This can be mitigated by using a pitch test and then use soap designed for sensitive skin. So a pitch test in relation to soap in chemistry basically refers to specific procedures used to assess the quality and properties of soap. If I can break this down further, this means like maybe, as my colleague said, it concerns your skin because we cannot all use the same type of soap and the same compositions of the soap. So a pitch test is basically done to assure someone of the composition of the soap they're using and if the skin will be reactive or not. That's why we continue to say these tests help to determine various characteristics of soap, such as its pH, purity, effectiveness, side effects, and their significance. Pitch tests include the pH test, and its purpose is to measure the acidity or alkalinity of the soap. And the method you can use to carry out the test for the pH is using a pH meter or pH indicator strips that are used to test the soap solution. Soap should ideally have a pH between 9 and 10. A pH too high or too low can be harsh on the skin.
Okay, thank you so much, Gombe. Teacher Gloria?
Yes, please.
Okay, you can come in.
Yes, and I thought we could have even other teachers to come in and help us. I don't know if they are there, but this school has presented very well. But one issue, of course, this is a learning, we are here to learn, eh? So they gave us a lot of details about their item, but I'm sure they are aware that they do not have to write all this, but they have given us as many as possible solutions we can have to this item. One thing I identified with one presenter was describing cleaning agents. A cleaning agent is simply something that improves the cleaning properties of water. As simple as that. That's what we call a cleaning agent, not someone that is not something which is there to kill germs or what. If a substance improves the cleaning agents of water, yes, soap is a cleaning what? Agent. I think they will score maximum points for the item which they have presented. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Teacher, let me call on Teacher Chisamo has also submission. Teacher Chisamo, let me Teacher Chisamo, if you can unmute yourself and make the submission.
Yeah, I was just suggesting about the presentation. Presentation is okay. Just that somewhere there when they were writing about that the name of the salt is magnesium hydrogen carbonate. So That hydrogen carbonate is one word, it is not separated. That's what I'm submitting.
Thank you so much, Teacher Chisamo, for the submission. Okay. Teacher Gloria, are we good to go to the next question?
Another, is it okay?
Yes. Can we have another question?
I'm trying to give some more highlight on that. I think they meant a patch test when they were talking about soap. We usually conduct a patch test where before you use the soap, maybe on your body, you get a sample of the soap and then you put it in a part of your body which is not so open, and then you smear it there, and then you see if it is going to react with your skin, just a small part of your skin. Test. Sometimes we even do it on to test them in a detergent. Some clothes come with like a small piece of the cloth inside. You simply get that cloth, get a small part of it, you put it in the water or in the detergent, and you see how that material will react to that particular detergent, and we call it a patch test.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Gloria. And thank you so much, Gombe, for the nice presentation. Let me ask the teacher at Gombe to kindly share the presentation in the chat such that schools can be able to use it for further reference. Then I want to ask whether Central College Kawala you are on. You wanted to present item number 2. Kawala. Okay, but I'm seeing Yube. Yube is also on. Aliga SS Yube. Yube. Yube unmute.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording
Yube unmute.
Okay. Mr. Laziwe.
Yes, please.
We wished that the previous speaker should at least number the item number so that it is easier for us to note where we can answer the item.
Okay. Yes. Are you going to present or? Okay. Yes, Odrav. Odrav.
Time for lunch. Please, would you give for us chance to go for our lunch?
Okay.
Mr. Kaziva, we can leave
Yes.
the people to go for lunch. I think it's okay.
Okay, yes, it is very fine.
We can maybe say give ourselves time, like how many minutes, and then we shall be back.
Okay. I think, Teacher Gloria, I think we just need to maybe let me just share the questions here. And then I want to just ask whether there is another school that had prepared that once, but let me check out from Jericho. Kindly let us know. Jericho, unmute. Okay, Jericho is not unmuting. Techno.
Yes, this is Kadiango Kenneth from Central College.
Yes.
And I would like to know more about the pH test of soap and maybe the food additives. Thank you.
Okay. Teacher Gloria, do you want to throw some light on the pH test?
I have explained the patch test. I have explained the patch that we are talking about. Get a small sample of the soap, just form a little lather, and then you put it maybe on part of your skin, which is a bit hidden, to see if the soap is going to react with your skin. Reacts, then you know that you cannot use it maybe for washing or for your whole body. And then if your skin does not react, then you know that your skin is okay with that soap, then you can use it. We call it a patch test. It can be done for different fabrics. Test how they will react to a given detergent. Then for the food additive, I think we shall wait for members who will present an item on food additive and comment.
Oh. Okay. I want to find out whether okay, that was, yes, let me set Mary's Kakumiro. And UDS, you should SS unmute.
Excuse me, this is the item I'm asking. Are we not going for lunch?
Okay. And then you should SS. Okay. Now I feel what we are going to do, since Teacher Gloria, I think with the questions are many, let's answer just the general questions. Good enough, you have been able to take them through everything that they need. Let's just answer a few questions and then we can cross off the session. But during the course of the week, we shall maybe attempt to other questions. But one of the questions, is it necessary for a student to answer all section B questions if section A questions are difficult for the person?
Oh, you have to follow the rubric of the paper. The rubric is saying section A, compulsory, section B, choose 2 questions, 1 from each part. It's not even allowed for you to answer both questions in part 2 or part 1 of section B to make up for the question you've not answered the other side. No.
Okay.
You have to follow instructions.
Yes,
So
yes, Teacher Gloria.
Organize another time for the presentations.
Yes, I think we shall just organize. I feel they have learned a lot and maybe many, yes, are exhausted now. Yes, maybe Teacher Gloria, you can give us your concluding remarks.
Okay, in my concluding remarks, I cannot leave this place without thanking Ziva. Teachers who are on this platform, you cannot be that Mr. Kaziba does not know me and know him. But we talk. That is what I mean by let us work together. When holistic education says we want to close what they mean. So members, if you are there and you also want to participate, come. And then we thank Mr. Dungu for connecting us to the Ministry of Education with this beautiful, we are really grateful. And the numbers have increased. Last year, we had fewer schools, but now we can see many schools have come on board, which means is being achieved, we are closing the learning gap. And then please, for the learners, keep reviewing what we have talked about. What do I write about in item 1? What do I write out with your task? Do not work independently, not at this time when you are having exams which are happening. And before you go into the paper, review them. Make sure that you know, I will do this, I will do this, I will item. But then, like I emphasized, when people ask, do we define in this item? I said there is a difference between the item telling you to point out and then the item saying it. So please respond to the item accordingly. And when it comes to section B, someone was asking, thinking that the order really matters. Please, the order does not matter. How you write your items, how you write your presentation. We can make a presentation, achieve our objectives, but we start from different areas. Just make sure that all the components are what? Are to your presentation, your response on the item. So I appreciate all the head teachers who are very willing to support schools in such programs. That is a very good gesture from you. You are very interested in the learning of these learners, and that is very good. Not some are saying, let the teachers hustle for themselves, let the learners hustle for themselves. I'm particularly very grateful with St. Mary Assumpta. We had them last year, even today they are. Last time, I think we even they are head teacher on board. That is very good. How I wish more head teachers could join this cause. If we have any questions, I think we shall answer them in the following meeting we shall have. And now that at least we know how to approach the questions, we're going to send a list of other questions apart from the ones that schools of 15 questions we shall review. Go through them with your learners. Look out for the responses, and then we can talk about them in our next. Otherwise, I'm very grateful for being here. Thank you, everyone. I've not shared my video. I'm at home. You may not like my home, but I appreciate all those teachers, those school and students from all over the country. I saw Mr. Oluka online. Mr. Oluka is my OB. We were together somewhere. That is very good. And so many other people actually whom I know. You success in your exams, my learners. I wish you the teacher success also. I hope all the efforts you have put in with our learners pay off. We shall look at the results. I'll gauge whether this interaction was of benefit to us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kaziva. Thank you, the teachers, head teachers, Mr. Dung. Thank you, everyone. I'm really indebted to all of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Another time.
Thank you so much, Teacher Gloria. For us, we are just more than grateful for the great service that you have really offered to the country. We can't thank you enough, but we are really very grateful. I want to first share, before I go any further, I want to just share that next week, our programs are going to align like this. We shall have ICT on Monday. I'm still making some edits, but we shall have ICT, we shall have some chemistry. We are going to have 2 sessions for biology. We shall have biology paper 1 and we shall have biology paper 2, handled on 2 different days. And then the most important one, I'm yet to confirm what we shall have on Friday, so don't mind about the dates. But also on the Saturday, we shall be talking about projects specific. We shall be concentrating on project that coming Saturday. But for it, you keep time because we shall make sure we maximize. So the projects will be both helpful to the teachers and the students, and they are to help us to see how we are going to hand in the marks that UNEB wants, which kind of projects can we present, what do we need, how do we write a report, and other things. So that one is going to be coming in next week. This timetable is going to be shared before today ends, such that you can start preparing for next week. But we shall still have those sessions running from 4 to 6. I'm going to, in the chat, before maybe you go, because I know we may have schools that are not on the group, allow me now to first share the presentations here. I have shared the presentation in the chat, and also Madam Gloria's number is there. But if you don't mind, Teacher Gloria, you can read your number such that schools can be able to access it in case of any facilitations, in case of any inquiries, such that they can also benefit from your. Then elements of construct are also in the chat for those schools. I have shared them in the school, then Teacher Gloria went on and also gave us more supplementary items. Teacher Gloria, we can't thank you enough. So check those supplementary items for dear students. They are to help you, but also I've shared the seminar questions. So when you look in the chat, I think first allow me now to close the chat such that people do not corrupt it with other messages, such that people can be able to download the items. So there's elements of construct, supplementary items, chemistry seminar, and then also today's presentations for the teachers who have been on the call. It is also in the chat. So you can kindly access all those items such that our learners may be able to benefit. I'm very sure those who have joined, there is a lot you have learned from Teacher Gloria, because she has really demystified everything that you really wanted. And for the items that we have not been able to go through, kindly go through with your teachers. Good enough, she has touched each and every part that was needed for this session. So kindly go on. I'm going to ask Gombe. Gombe, kindly you can share with me your presentation either on WhatsApp quickly before we drop on, because I think the first file you shared was a bit corrupt. You can share with me the presentation quickly, or you can send it in the chat such that schools can utilize it. Yes, so we shall continue to share as much as we can and see.
I want to tell you, I didn't want to send responses immediately. Schools would deviate from trying to hold discussions and then resort to just matching the responses to the items. But we are this for this presentation, the ones we have used in the seminar, and then the ones for the additional questions, the supplementary questions. I'm trying to compile the responses.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Teacher Gloria. Okay, so let me hope the teachers and the students on the call, you have been able to access them. Gombe, I'm opening the chat. I want Gombe to send us that presentation. Yes, the program for next week, I've said tomorrow we shall, on Monday, we shall have ICT. Then from ICT, we shall go on and have, we are going to go on and have another, we shall have chemistry, we shall have biology, we shall have projects. I'm yet to confirm, but we have not yet gotten a spot for some of the art subjects, more so history. But in case you're a teacher here and you feel you are really very competent in facilitating, you can let us know. We can be able to reach out onto you to offer the support to the country. But allow me also to thank once again Teacher Gloria. Teacher Gloria had a busy schedule today. In fact, she's supposed to be going in for the VD, but she really went on to sacrifice the time to first facilitate this session. Teacher Gloria, your sacrifice is really appreciated. We want to thank you so much for sacrificing to be here. But also I want to thank the schools. I know some of you today is your VD. Your parents are out there waiting for you, but you have sacrificed this time to learn. I want to let you know all the sacrifices you are making are going to pay off. So do not always forget that what you reap always what you sow. So I want to assure you that you are going really to benefit a lot, and there is a lot that you are going to pay. You are going to benefit from your sweat, from the sacrifices you are making. We shall continue to have more sessions as much as we can to see that you can be able to score highly, that you can be able to enjoy this curriculum, and that you are better in the future. But before we conclude, I'm seeing some few hands, and maybe let's take on these two hands. Maybe they have something burning. Romoj, unmute, and Technospark. Okay. Okay, they are failing. Yes, but also the head teachers and the teachers that have connected the children, we are really very grateful. Thank you so much for connecting the children, and thank you for everything. Kindly go through all those questions that have been sent to you. Like Teacher Gloria has advised, let us do one question a day, and let us work it out in a group. Be the lead discussant such that you can benefit more from it. Yes, be the lead discussant such that you can be able to benefit from the discussion. It will be really very great. It will be very good for you to, yes. Okay.
Already, and I'm muted the thing now.
Okay. Yes. I think we are going to end here. We are going to end here. For the schools that have students with them, kindly turn on your cameras. I want to take a few photos. You can turn on your camera, and then we take some few photos that we can share with the public. In case you can turn on your camera, kindly let me request you to turn on your cameras. If you can turn on your cameras. We take a few photos such that we can share with the public to show them that with ICT, things are really possible. We can reach very far. Okay, next week we shall have a lot. Please also prepare. Thursday we shall have the biology practical. For some of these sessions, we shall be able to send you the questions a bit early, such that you can prepare. But also many of those sessions are going to be teacher-led. Yes, they will be teacher-led, such that at least we can be able to benefit a lot. We want to thank you so much once again. Thank you so much once again, Teacher Gloria. We are going to end our facilitation here unless there is something burning, but we want to thank you so much. Let us catch up, and kindly now you can go and enjoy your video with your parents. And I can allow it to unmute in case we want to say something. Those who want to say something, and the chat is open.
The video is for my daughter.
Sir,
yes,
we talk of the number, did not send the number. Madam Glory.
Sir, is it that we can get the program for next week?
Yes?
To get the program for next week.
Oh, yes. The program for next week, I'm sharing it in the WhatsApp group with the teachers, and it will be able to reach on you. Before today ends, today ends, the program will be in the group.
When is the Greek seminar?
Yes? When is?
The agric seminar, agriculture seminar.
Oh, okay. The agriculture seminar. Okay. Yes. Teacher Gloria's number, kindly you can check that presentation. That number is there.
Yes, it's there.
The number is there. Gloria, do you allow me to share it here?
Okay.
Hello. So that is Teacher Gloria's number. That is Teacher Gloria's number. You can reach out for any assistance. She'll be willing. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, please.
There are so many people calling. The line is busy.
Yes.
Can you
present the next program?
I beg your pardon?
Want to close with the
Can we
closing
present
prayer?
for next program?
Oh,
Want to close
okay.
with the word of prayer?
Okay. Yes, you pray for us. You pray for us.
Okay, let's arm ourselves and we pray.
Yes.
We thank you and we give you that glory. We thank you for this day. We thank you for the seminars. Lord Jesus, we commit the candidates into your hands. And Lord Jesus, you provide us with knowledge. We shall conquer this new curriculum. We pray for the food that you have set before us, that as we are going to eat, will give us strength for reading. Our praise and all the adoration. We pray all this through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye bye / and thank you so much. Bye.
Yeah.